right.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. I hope everybody had a good holiday season. You know, all of the days and things. Frantic, I want to thank you for the panic attack you sent into me a couple moments ago. For the audio, which has been an issue. It is playing. I've turned it up some. So hopefully you guys do hear it. According to this, it can be heard. I don't know what the volume is compared to me. It's a little bit loud. Let me bring it down just a tad. Put it about there. Is that sound a little bit better? That way I'm not fighting with it. Yeah, we've been having a lot of issues with audio. Not showing up where it's supposed to show up. And it has been ever since this last update for OBS, everything seems to be, everything just seems to be that way. And now the music's gone. Oh no, there it is. Okay, it's coming back. All right. So, let's see who was in first today. Let's get our stuff out of the way here. Yugo was first today, has been first 64 times. Oni Demon is second, has been second 69 times. And then Frantic was third, has been third 41 times. So nicely done. Let me take a look at our totals here, see if everything's right. 41, 69, and 64. Yep. So right now on our monthly, you can pretty much just look at today's, and that's what our monthlies are. So person that's been here first the most this month is Yugo. Oni Demon has been second the most this month, and Frantic has been third the most this month. So yeah, we'll be going over that next week, of course, on Wednesday, because that is the last day of the month. Okay, let's go down here. Good morning, Grumpy Otter. Hello. Let's see, what is this? 42B, thank you very much for the 14-month sub. It really does help. You know, it is a huge help, and I thank you all, everybody that's been subbing for our little show here. Thank you very much, because you do help keep me able to do this. You know, I'm still doing a lot to fund it myself, but you guys do help quite a bit, and I do appreciate it. You know. Okay, is there music? Yes, there's music. Good morning, Michelle. Okay, we are all caught up. Everyone is accounted for. The music is playing, and cookie time. Okay, where's the cookies? Ah, no cookies. Cookie time. I should have bought some cookies. Well, I'll put it on my shopping list because I do have to go to I have to go shopping after the show today. I need some solder, and I have a soldering gun iron thing, but I need some solder because I'm putting together. I've been working on it for a while because I need to understand how it all kind of works. But I'm putting together a solar panel and battery for the RTK unit for Chomps. Because right now I have two posts and there's a wire that goes between them to go to the RTK unit, which is the unit that contacts the satellites to tell Chomps where he needs to go. Because he's satellite directed. But right now there's a wire, and the neighborhood kids, when they run through the backyard, because there's no fences on the backyards here, and it's not my house, so I can't put a fence up. Right now the wire goes between two posts, and the kids, when they run by, try to jump up and hit it. So I'm making I have a solar panel, I have a battery, and now I'm putting a timer and stuff on and wiring everything together. But I need some solder to solder the wires together for the final part. And then I think I have it. And then it's just testing it. So that should be fun. So, yay. What is that one? Mega consume. Ah, so eating cookies. What is that one? Holiday cookies. Yeah, I need to step away from the holiday sweets. Had some real good pecan pie. Yeah. Yeah, I had a really good dinner over at Frigga's on Thursday. Lots of peoples, lots of funs. Okay. Alrighty, so let me turn that off so that it doesn't distract me, because it will. I thought it was off, but... Yep, okay, now it's off. Alright, let's see. Shirt of the day. Shirt of the day is a Blizzard film shirt from Miss Pandera. So that is the shirt we are wearing today. I love my old Blizzard shirts. I'm still waiting for the thing about the ring, but they haven't figured out the price for it yet. I sent them all the information, and yeah, we will hopefully get that. I guess we'll get that taken care of, that in your new work. I appreciate your work. I grew up on Blizzard Productions. I love all of their films, Science SC, StarCraft 1, yeah. Films since StarCraft 1. Or cutscenes. Yeah, cutscenes are more elaborate. But yeah. Yeah, the StarCraft 1 is obviously dear to me because my name's in it, but we had a lot of fun making them. It was a whole lot of fun. You know, it's frustrating too. I mean, I remember the crunch time for StarCraft 1. We literally were sleeping on the floor in the office that whole last week. You know, and not going home, just there working, and Alan coming out every couple hours and go, we're almost there. You know, and it was, but it was exhausting, but it was fun. And when it came out, we were so happy with it. You know, so yeah. Go StarCraft 1. Yes. Let's see. Today's movie is Three Colors White, made in 1994, 31 years ago. After his wife divorces him, a Polish immigrant plots to get even with her. And then StarCraft 1 got deleted. Yes. Oh, poor Deltry. In fact, several people have talked about it. We were so exhausted that the way the system was set up is when QA would come in, because there's only about 5-10 people in QA at the time, but when QA would come in, they would copy the build down to their computers. They delete it off their computer, then they copy the build down to the computers. And Deltree made the mistake if he had come in and selected his StarCraft directory on his computer because he hadn't logged out, selected his StarCraft folder, deleted it, not realizing that he was deleting the one on the network. So he actually deleted all of the production of StarCraft, absolutely everything, and and absolutely horrified him without a doubt. I mean, but we got lucky because Shane DeBerry, who was our technical guy at the time, before he became a big producer and all that stuff, is he had, for the first time the night before, got the backup system to work and actually had the backups backed up the StarCraft directory before Deltree deleted it. Nobody knew until Shane came in, so the panic throughout the office was huge. But that's how Deltree Dave got his nickname, Deltree Dave. Because there's a DOS command called Deltree, and it deletes not just the directory, but it deletes the whole tree for that directory. So if you look at a directory as a bunch of branches coming off of a tree, that's what happens. And he deleted everything off the network for StarCraft 1, the day it was supposed to go to Gold Master. That was scary. I mean, I could not imagine what he was going through, even though we berated him forever. And to this day, he's still Deltree Dave. Always will be. I'm not going to give you his full name, but it was a moment in classic history, game maker history. Let's see. The album of the day is Fiona Apple's "Win the Pawn," released Tuesday, November 9th, 1999, 26 years ago. Songs include "On the Bond," "To Your Love," "Limp," "Love Ribbon," "Paper Bag," "A Mistake," "Fast as You Can," "The Way Things Are," and "Get Gone." Okay, so there's our album. No, he did not get fired. In fact, as far as I know, I think he's probably still working there. You know, I don't remember if he left or not. I don't remember him leaving. But of course we didn't fire him. People make mistakes. You know, here's my thing is every single human on the planet is going to make at least 1 to 2 major mistakes in their lifetime. Absolutely knock down, drag out, worst mistake ever. And you know what? They learn from it. If they learn from it, and they will, then all good. Mistakes deleting almost full game. No, not almost full game. Deleting the full game. Yes, everybody makes a stupid mistake sometimes. You know, but by the same token, we didn't have a formal process for what he was doing anyway. So we did implement a how-to process for bringing our game stuff down to QA and stuff like that. So a lot of good stuff came out of it. You know, it's just we had to learn. One hell of a mistake. That mistake could have changed the course of my life. Yes, I could have changed the course of all of our lives. But you know what? It was not out of maliciousness. It wasn't out of anything like that. He just made a simple mistake, and that happens. You know, and as far as I know, he may still be there. I don't know because I haven't been there for a while. So, but he may still be there. You see, are we all connected? Yes, everything looks like it's working. So, I like Dave. He was a good guy. Yeah, there were a lot of mistakes made throughout the years. and a lot of stupid stuff done throughout the years. And all you can do is hope that people grow from it and become better people. There's also those that just keep making the same mistake over and over and over again, and you kind of go, okay, well, we know they're going to do that, so we'll be over here. Let us know when you're done. Okay, well, usually right now we go to StarCraft, but today's open forum day, so what would you guys like to talk about? We're obviously talking about Deltree a little bit. But there were always kinds of things like that, is things that got deleted accidentally or moved. Or when we got our first archivist, I remember that. It was rather late in the game, and she didn't know what because you had digital tapes for saving code, you know, and things like that. But we had one. It's also what our audio department used to use to back everything up on. It was electronic digital tape, not the big DLT tapes, but the smaller ones. And she didn't realize that, and put them into a tape player. They made noise similar to like screeching and stuff like that, like an old modem would or something like that. She didn't know what they were, so she just deleted them, thinking that they were bad tapes. You know, so Glenn and them lost quite a bit of stuff, but they were able to get some of it back. You know, because they still had it on their computers and stuff like that. But yeah, those were, you know, the reason they had a lot of things is because I used to make CD copies of everything that I worked on. And I had it in my office. I had a big tower of CD cases. And I put everything on CD, everything that I worked on. Like once a week I would burn CDs of it and put it in the rack and handed that all over to her. And she started copying it, and then I got half of them back. I still don't know what happened to the other half of them, you know, but yeah, we were always making copies. And then I would also, when I was still in the cinematics team, when we were working on Warcraft 3, I got a DLT machine and started making copies of all the stuff that we were working on in cinematics onto DLT, and then we would send a copy out to Recall, and then which was a storage place, and then we would keep a copy. And when I was backing up the Diablo 2, yeah, it was the Diablo 2 stuff, because it was 20, I think it was 23 DLT, 44 gig DLT tapes, which is nothing now, but back then was. There was a pipe that leaked above our room, above our server room, and flooded our DLT machine and wiped it out. Yeah, well, she wasn't, I don't remember her name, but she wasn't good at it. And then we got a really good one. We got an archivist that used to work in the Disney archives that came in, and he was amazing. He did a lot of really good work. Yeah, I worked pretty closely with him, liked him a lot. Yeah, because he knew how to archive things as well as both physical and digital. You know, I think he's off working in museums now, so he's back in the museum system because that's where he came from. But he was really good. We got to remember, we hadn't worked with archivists before. We hadn't worked with anything like that, so we didn't know. We didn't know how all that kind of stuff worked. Plus, we had our whole network system. I remember when we got our very first network, which was our internal network system. and it had 4. I'm trying to remember how big it was because it wasn't that big. I'm trying to remember if it was 4 megabytes. I don't think it was 4 megs. It was probably because we hadn't even got to terabytes yet. You know, terabytes were unheard of at that time. Maybe it was. Maybe it was like it was 4 something. It was either 4 gigs. Yeah, maybe it was a 4 gigabyte system. I remember Mike coming to me at one point and saying, "You're taking up half of our network," because I was rendering the frames for Warcraft 1. Yeah, Warcraft 1 and 2 for the BattleNet edition or the Battle Chess edition. So he goes, "You're taking up all the room." Sorry. You know, I go, "That's just what the movie stuff takes up, a lot of room." Because in the original, in Warcraft 1 and 2, the frames were 320 by 240. And then we bumped those up to 640 by 480 for the Battle Chess edition, which took a lot of render time and a lot of space. You know, so, but I was, I think I'm the only one that, I think it's 3 times I completely crashed the network. Yeah, it was 3 times I completely crashed the network because my files that I was working with were so large. I mean, at the time they were large. They were 100 gigs. And so someone had suggested that I use compression on my directories on the network, which was a mistake, you know, because I found out is if I compressed a 100 gig file, if I put a 100 gig file into a network drive that had compression on it, and then tried to open up that file, it would crash the whole system company-wide. I found out by accident because I had copied something up and then needed to look at it real quick for something and just crashed everything. You know, I mean, systems now are much more apt to being able to do that stuff, but back then they weren't. They were all brand new. Yeah, but Yugal, I wasn't effing around. I was actually just doing my job. I forget the second time I crashed the system was like that too, as I did something. But then I had to inform IT from that point on whenever I was moving large files because their system couldn't handle it. It was a skill issue on their part. Well, all of our parts. There was only a few of us. There wasn't a whole lot of us. Hall's at it again. That has been said many a time. Well, there was a point in time when things would happen that they would come and check to see if I did it first, and I'm going, nope, not me this time. Yeah, that was yelled a lot. But by the same token, I made a lot of really cool shit. So, yeah. But you don't keep someone for 24 years because they're fucking around. Check. Yep. The New Year is approaching. Do you do New Year's resolutions? I don't really know. Would you mind sharing yours? I don't really have one. Maybe lose some weight. I don't know. You know, maybe, I mean, I would, for the new year, I would really like to see the show pay for itself. You know, and I know that's all on me. Sparta, don't even start. Yeah, it's all on me because I haven't done a lot of the things you do to bring more and more people into the show. And Sparta does complain at me about that quite a bit. Um, so maybe, I don't know, lose some weight, get more people coming in, things like that. Build our sub base a little bit more. Yeah, maybe that's it. Because right now, I personally pay in more than what is brought in on the show. So, you know, sure. But that's like I said, you asked, so I'm telling you. I'm always going to be honest with you no matter what. Yep. Let's see, what else? Any other questions up there? What's your resolution, Michelle, if may I ask? Doop doop boop boop. Sorry to put you on the spot. Was there ever a moment when you vetoed a cinematic idea for the game because you thought it wouldn't fit the idea of the game? There were a lot of those times where it was just like, this isn't working. But it wasn't like it was vetoed and taken out. We usually just reworked it, so it's pretty much that simple. Is anything that didn't work got removed. And it wasn't like it was secretly removed or stuff like that. It was blatantly obvious it wasn't working. So it was very easy to say, I don't think this is working. But to say, is there any one single one? No. I think that there was only one ever that was released that I didn't like, which was one of the machinima pieces we did for Diablo, which was for, God, what was it? What was the name of the character? It was one of the pieces we did for BlizzCon, and I didn't like it, and it should have never been released, but we released it anyway. But there were also a lot of joke ones that we did that never got released to the public, because there was one that we did because I wanted to scare Paul Sams to death. And it was hilarious. I go, oh, we just released this, and showed it to him. But those were fun. Gain more confidence in yourself. I can understand that. I think that the best way to gain confidence in yourself, in my opinion, is confidence is not built by the big things that you do. Confidence is built by the little things you do and recognize in yourself that you're doing. Because those little things, a lot of people forget about. And sometimes they don't do them at all. I mean, I've went through many, many years of absolutely no confidence in myself whatsoever, and imposter syndrome and all that stuff. And then just realized that, you know what? Look at all these little things I've done. And that led to me starting to recognize them. And this is why I say with people who do what we do, rewrite your resume every year or every 2 years. Because when you're in the moment of working on what you're working on, you forget what you've done. So what I found, and what I tell everybody that's worked for me since I came to this realization, is rewrite your resume every year. It's not because you're going to go look for a job, even though you don't have to. But it's because you need to stop and look back at what you've done and give yourself a pat on the back for it. Like I always talk about when we're working on videos and someone comes up and says, oh, that video guys did is great. We'd have to ask them which one they're talking about, because by the time people see the video that they see, you're already 2, 3, 4 videos away working on something else and don't know which one they're talking about. It's like the South Park episodes. Another one is we went, we did it, we left, we went back and literally right back into the 100-mile-an-hour train that is production at Blizzard. And you forget about it, and then it comes out, and it becomes a thing, and people know about it and things like that. But there'll always be that person that comes up and he goes, "Oh, that thing you did was awesome." And then I just draw a blank, and even myself is I would stop once a year, not later on, but not in the first 20 years, but I would stop once a year and look back and say, what did I do this year? What did I accomplish? And sometimes it was, I came up with a process for doing this. I changed this, those little things. You have to recognize those little things in yourself and that you're doing them. Because if you're waiting for the big thing to make your confidence all better, that's not going to happen. You need the little things, and sometimes the little things could be as simple as like, you know what? I made a frickin' amazing cup of coffee this morning. Sometimes it's like I cleaned that cat box like it never been cleaned before. I cleaned it so well the cat hates me, But find the little things to congratulate yourself on. And then when the big things happen, also congratulate yourself on those too. I got news for you. Every single person in our industry has imposter syndrome, and they always will. It's just a matter of, can you control it? I cleaned the cat box so well, my cat feels the need to undo my work. Yep. Your cat is your imposter syndrome. That's actually kind of funny. My cat is a perfect living example of my imposter syndrome. I don't know why that makes me laugh. That also works for gratitude. Yep. It's another thing that you can find appreciation that really matters. Yeah, I mean, one of the things that I try to do, and I'm not perfect at it, but I try to thank people, even like a perfect example, like when, say I go to Walmart and I'm talking and the cashier's checking me out. When I say thank you for their help, I say thank you and use their name. I actually look what their name is on their name tag, because these are human beings. And it's like, okay, it's like, thank you, Karen. Thank you, Cicely. Thank you, whoever, whatever their name is, use their name. It's, you have to. Or if you meet someone and like I'll meet someone and we'll be talking and then they'll in some way realize, oh, wait, you're blah, 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 blah. I'm like, yeah, I am. They go, well, why are you here and talking to me? I go, well, because you asked me a question. Nobody is higher than anybody else when it comes to person-to-person interaction. If you're going to come in and act like a dick, then you know what? Nobody's going to talk to you next time. I've told the story several times about when we did the Diablo 3 announcement in Paris. Is I was in Video Island, which is the control area for the show that's going on. And a guy came up to me and asked me if I would talk to his son, because his son was a huge fan of my work at Blizzard and stuff like that. And so where the show's going on and everything's going on and we're in a small break. So I'm like, okay. So I sat down because his son was about 9 years old, 9, 10 years old. And I sat down on the floor in the auditorium of 10,000 people and talked to his son through him because he needed to translate what I was saying to French for his son. And his son just was just like so happy that anybody even talked to him because he didn't know anybody. He didn't know how to approach anybody. But we just talked about the games he plays and things like that. And his dad translated, and then I had to get back to work. But that moment, though, will stay with me forever because it's just like, wow, that was very, very cool. Other moments is, oh, there's so many. Just acknowledge people. Sometimes that's all they need. That's all they want. It's just for you to say, you know what? Oh, hello. How are you? So you should do that. I know it used to embarrass the boys because I will and talk to anyone. And I have no qualms about going up to famous people and just saying, hey, what's up? Which just freaks my boys out, when they were younger. I remember one time, this was one time with the boys, but we were, when Ozzy did BlizzCon, is Mike Morhaime had come in and said, oh, where's Ozzy? I go, okay, well, I'll show you where he's at. So I went over and I only met them like for a brief second, like an hour before because we were working and stuff like that. And took Mike over and I got to introduce Mike Morhaime to Ozzy Osbourne. So that was pretty cool. That was a lot of fun. And they're just like, and afterwards they're just like, how can you just do that? I go, what do you mean? They go, I've seen you do it before. They go, you just walk up to anyone and we'll talk to them. I'm like, well, because they're just people, but they're like famous people. I go, so the key word there is people. You don't fanboy out. In fact, I don't think I've ever fanboyed out on anybody. But if I walked up to famous people and talked to them, I remember I walked up to Michael Eisner at Disneyland and said hello to him and thanked him for his work and stuff like that. And he gave me his phone number. I'm like, okay. So I'm like, okay, I have Michael Eisner's phone number. I never used it, but it was just like, he was just a really nice guy. We just sat and talked for a little bit and, at Disneyland over by, in fact, I remember it because over by the Country Bear Jamboree place. Yeah. Yeah, Frigate's like that too. Is she's not a people-y person. So it's a struggle for some people. Yeah. You're not alone, Grumpy Otter. But if you look at it from the standpoint of this, is you are a people and they are a people. And that's all. What we've done, what we've created, what we do for a job shouldn't matter. I don't think boxing people. Well, I mean, I think there's a certain amount of what Michelle was talking about. There's a certain amount of self-confidence there that is needs to be exercised. For me, it's trying my best to talk to people using their name. So like if you're out and you're at a restaurant, or if you're at the supermarket, or if someone helps you and they work there and their name is on them, say thank you, name. and you will find that it changes their disposition. They're more apt to help you more, or they feel recognized. Because a lot of people go through the like, we'll use the cash register. A lot of people go through the cash register line and don't even pay attention to the person that's that's counting up their monies. The cashiers, they don't pay attention to them at all. You know, but it's fun too. It's just fun to recognize people. But it is weird for some people too, because when you say thank you and then their name, they're not used to it. And you can see where it kind of shocks them sometimes, where they go, oh my God, you just used my name. They forget that they have their name tag on because nobody uses it. But back to Michelle's original question. Michelle, look at the little things that you're doing and start there. Here we always say hello to the cashier. The small greetings are common courtesy. Yeah, that's not like that here. I mean, I wouldn't say it's like that. I would say it's probably 40% here. Because in the UK, when I was in the UK, I really liked that you could have a conversation with anyone and there was no issues. So it was pretty cool. You know, and thanking someone for helping you is a pretty normal thing there. I think it just reinforced it in me more while I was there. So when I came back, I just went, you know what, I'm going to do that forever. Okay. Where are we at? Let's see if there's any questions in our Friday list over here on last Friday. Oh no, there's not been anything put in our last Friday conversation chat since November. Okay. What did I walk into? What did you walk into? Just open forum talking. I found that if you can compliment someone sincerely, it will make them smile, and that will make you feel good in turn. Yeah, it does. It absolutely does. We're just having an open forum about self-confidence and, you know, what are the best ways to talk to people and things like that. It's quite fun because in my country we have two cultures, the Germanic one north, and the Latin one in the south, and we have different habits, like greeting someone during a walk in the south. We say hello even if we don't know the other person. Yeah, there's I noticed a lot of things like that in Cambridge as well. As I remember when I first got there, I had to take the bus route into where the office was. Yeah, when you get older, it does get better. So I would take the bus route in, and I'd come, and nobody would talk on the bus there. It always found me fascinating. So when I come into the office, I had asked one day, I go, okay, what is the deal on buses where, and I said it half jokingly, but it's a little bit true, is when I'm on a bus, when you're on a bus in the UK, everybody on the bus has a look on their face like they're thinking about the worst thing they've ever done in their lifetime. And I don't understand it. You know, so it was just like, okay. You know, but In the UK also, there's a lot of like just, hey, how are yous that you just don't get sometimes because the British people are a little bit standoffish. They don't like to make eye contact on the street and stuff like that, at least in my observations. But in one-on-one situations, they were always bright and helpful and things like that. So it always seemed very odd to me. But in public, they were just very much like, nope, no eye contact, keep moving. And absolutely no open signs of affection in public. That makes them completely lose their minds. Over here. If we know someone and we ride the same bus, we will talk with each other. In Flanders, people will stay silent or whisper. Yeah, I just got the silence. In the UK, it was just absolute silence. Yeah. Yeah, then I moved closer to the office and bought a bicycle. That was fun. Treating the people you interact with dignity and respect goes a long way. I think it does too. And I think it's important. And some people, it catches them completely off guard because they're not used to it. Yeah, because there's like a guy that runs the cashier at the store I go to. And the first time I thanked him and used his name, he kind of looked at me really weird. And then, I went back, and then second time I came back and I used his name, he said, you're very welcome, and the third and fourth time, even before I even got up to him, he was talking to me in line, just like, hey, how's it going? How you been? All that kind of things. And I thought that was very cool. It's good to have those connections with people. Yeah, imagine. It should be more common, yes, and it used to be. What is the Wallen thing? But it is funny to see that Flemish people will do the Wallen thing when they are here. Unless it's the first time they've been subject to it. I mean, in all honesty, you can diffuse a lot of problems just by being polite to people. Showing them a little bit of respect, There's always going to be those ones that aren't. No matter what you do, there's going to be people that are going to overreact to things and things like that. The only thing you could be responsible for is what your reaction is. And if you can control your reaction, then you will be good. I find that if you keep doing that, then the people you interact with regularly tend to smile when they see you coming, and that makes me happy. Yeah. The habit we have here, like greeting someone or going up to someone who seems like they need help. Yes, that's another one. If you, there was a time we were having a lunch in Cambridge for one of our people that was leaving to go to another company. So we threw a lunch for him, and while we were sitting there was a guy with a horse and carriage outside the restaurant, and the horse had got tangled up in one of the signposts, and the guy was really, really struggling to get the horse untangled, and the horse wasn't cooperating in any way. And I got up and walked out there and helped calm the horse, and while the guy was able to untangle everything, I kept the horse calm, and he backed the horse out, and we got him back on the road. And I come back in, and my team was absolutely in shock. They're like, "Why did you go help him?" I'm like, "I did not want to see a man killed by a horse today, number one, and nobody else was helping him." You know, and they go, "Well, how did you get the horse come down?" I go, "You just go up and you talk to him. You know, you talk to the horse and you help him understand." I mean, we had a horse when I was a kid, and the horse was a maniac, you know, but so you just go up and, you know, hang onto their reins and pat them on the head, and, you know, while he's doing all the things, just keep the horse distracted so he can get the horse untangled, you know. But they're just like, because it was pretty bad before I went out. But I wasn't going to sit there and just stand by and watch him, like, something bad happen to him. That just made no sense to me. Go out and help. But my team did not understand it at all. They go, "What?" I go, "You see something wrong, go out and help. You know, it's not that difficult. It's not going to take that much time out of your day. You know, and one day when you are in that situation and you need someone to help you, someone is going to step up and help you." You know, and if they don't, that's okay too, because you did the right thing anyway. There's a lot of times when I'm that way. It's like, okay, well, I did this. I needed help here. Nobody came and helped me. That's fine. You know, because people have their own lives too, and they have their own things to get taken care of and stuff like that. So if someone doesn't help me when I need or do stuff like that, or do what I think in the moment, my ego goes, "Well, they should be doing that for you too." Yeah, I'm like, no. You know, you just need to get over that. Because in all honesty, you can do good deeds all day, but the bottom line is nobody owes you anything. You know, all you can do is you do the right thing as you see it being the right thing, and move on. And if nothing ever comes back from it, guess what? Nothing ever comes back with it. Okay. From it. Okay. There you go. Let's see. Like I said, there's nothing on the list here. There's some things from the old list up here. Let me see if we covered them. Yeah, we've talked about some of them, like culture shocks traveling around the world. There's a lot of different things that there are a lot of different things that are just different in different countries. You know, we were really lucky in that Blizzard actually helped us learn a bit about the cultures before we walked into them. You know, so they had like culture trainers come in, like before we went to Paris, before we went to Korea, you know, things like that, to let us help us understand how they live and think. You know, it's like one of the things that I always found absolutely fascinating is when you present your business card in Korea, there's a very formal way to present your business card. You don't just go, "Oh, here's my business card," throw it across the table. You literally have to face them and present your business card to them, and they present it to you. And you don't just take it and shove it in your pocket. You stop, you look at it. There's a whole procedure for exchanging business cards that is I found absolutely fascinating. As fucking nicely wrote. Some believe it is only great power that can hold evil in check, but that is not what I have found. It is small everyday deeds of ordinary folks that keep the darkness at bay. Yes. Small acts of kindness and love. Yes, absolutely. You know, because the problem that evil has is it's not expecting you to be kind. It's expecting you to be evil back. And when you're not, it doesn't know what to do with it. You know, it's like, oh, wait, huh? Mm. Evil does not know what to do with good. It doesn't know how to react to good because it doesn't understand it. So it confuses them. I don't know why it something edited out Tolkien. It blocked JRR too because of the dots. It thought it was a website. Oh. Okay. That's all that stuff's automatic. I don't know how it works. So Nightbot. It's there. It comes in every morning in waves, so I know it's there. It does a lot of things in the background. It keeps a lot of huge spamming things from happening too. The bot does not have banning abilities, so I have to ban on my own. So here is a list that it looks like Sparta put up back in May. So subjects that you can use: movies, music, video games, parenting, dealing with childhood, keeping a healthy mind, work before Blizzard, work at Blizzard, work after Blizzard, advice for the gaming industry, advice for artists, advice for managing people, advice for managing yourself, best food you've tried throughout the world, home foods to make yourself and cooking recipes, making your own yogurt, culture shocks while traveling around the world. So that was a list that Sparta, I believe it's Sparta. Let me just make sure. I don't want to credit someone that didn't do what I think they did. Let's open this up a little so I can actually get to that window. Discord throws up ads all over the place and it causes a point of problem. Okay. Yeah, so yeah, it was Sparta that put this list up. So as far as like foods that I love from around the world, my number one, and this is going to be really silly because it's, and the Germans will probably laugh at this. But one of the things I absolutely loved when I was in Berlin, the few times I've been in Berlin, is you can go to any truck, like food truck and stuff like that, and get currywurst. And oh my God, I could eat currywurst all day long. You know, it's funny because when I was there, I ate currywurst at least 3 times a day, as well as like dinners that we went to and stuff like that. But you can get currywurst anywhere, anytime, any day. And if you haven't had currywurst, it's basically a curry sauce that they put on bratwurst. Ah, oh, so good. So good. So that's my favorite. If we're like running around the world looking for foods that I liked, and I've learned how to make it, but I make a not a perfect version of it, because if you're going to do it right, my understanding is if you're going to do it right, the sauce has to like come together over like a couple days of like being in the pot on a low heat, which I can't do. But there was a place in LA that did it really good, but Berlin, the little truck stop, little truck food trucks and stuff like that in Berlin. Because I walked around Berlin, I think I'll have to go back and look, but I think I did like 27,000 steps when I was in Berlin, because I walked over to the main park there, walked around that, went to the Brandenburg Gate, went to the Needle, went to just walked all over Berlin while I was there. You know, like I said, in one day I did like 27,000 steps, 28,000 steps. You know, just literally just walking, looking at the remnants of the wall that are still there, going just basically just going all over the place. You know, it was a lot of fun. And then watching one of my coworkers from the U.S. who went out to the Berlin office with me um, get taken by a three-car Mountie thing going on in the park. But I'm just like telling him, I'm going, I told him, I go, dude, look around, see what's happening. He goes, that girl just went. I go, that girl works with him. And I started pointing out, here's the guy with the three-car Mountie. I go, here comes his accomplice now. She's walking up behind you. You know, she walked into the crowd and then like mingles with the crowd and then does the, oh, let me try, you know. And then he's going, no, 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 that's not what's going on. I'm just basically pointing out all the players. And he lost about $300 before he gave up. And I'm just like, okay. So then we went and sat down and I'm going, I want you to watch from here what's going on. And he's watching, and then he watched the three people that he didn't even realize that were part of it as well, all go over as a group into another area and like count the money up together. And like, see, he goes, well, why didn't you tell me? I go, I did tell you, you didn't listen. Did you check the traffic lights while you were there for the differences of the lights in, for one thing, in Korea, in South Korea, in downtown Seoul, I think the lights are a suggestion. Now, I've talked about this before, is because I'm sitting in my hotel room. I never once turned on the TV in my hotel room. What I did was I sat in the chair next to the window, because my window was facing the main intersection in Seoul. And I was trying to figure out what the lights meant, because nobody seemed to pay attention to the lights. You know, and I watched people do things like literally to go around traffic. I watched them drive up on the sidewalk and go around traffic. I watched them just drive right through red lights like they didn't exist. People just like walked in between cars to get across the street. I could not find the rhyme or reason of how traffic worked in Korea, so I decided that I will never drive in Korea. Yeah. And the one time I did take a cab, because I had to take a cab from the hotel to the stadium where we were making the announcement for StarCraft, and that was probably the craziest cab ride I'd ever been on in my life. And I was so surprised that we were not hit by somebody or something. Because he did exactly what I just described. At one point, he did go up on the sidewalk to go around some things, and he did go like just mingled through human traffic to go around things. What was your latest development working to Blizzard? Huh? Did you check the traffic lights while you were there? Another one is in the UK. They have a yellow light in that's so in the US your lights go like this. They go green means go, yellow means slow down, and red means stop. and then it goes straight from red to green. In the UK, it goes green means go, yellow means caution, red means stop. Then it goes back to yellow before it goes back to green, which it doesn't, that's not how they work in the US. So that was interesting to find out. You know, so yellow could be either it's going to be red or it's going to be green. So that was interesting. And so I don't remember what the light configurations were because I wasn't driving. I was watching cars, not the lights. Other than that looked like a red light to me. Okay, let's see. I was talking about in Berlin. I was so slow to type. It wasn't for Blizzard. When I was in Berlin, it was for 6 foot. What was your latest development working at Blizzard? I'm assuming that working at Blizzard. The last thing I worked on was some stuff for Draenor. I was talking about, okay. In Berlin, I don't remember what the traffic lights were. In Korea, yeah. But UK, I spent more time there. So, you know, Paris, that was another one, is I don't think I could ever drive in Paris because they're just as crazy. They have their little cars and they just speed and run into things and just keep going. I think he was asking what the last thing is that you did for Blizzard. Last thing I did, I was working on Warlords of Draenor, and then BlizzCon 2014 was the very last thing that I worked on. Because I left shortly after that. That was my last BlizzCon. Because that was it was a lot to do for that one. And then I think I went to the 2015 one as a first time I ever went as a fan, and it was fun to go and hang out at Joy Ray's bar and stuff like that. But that was the first one I had never worked on, so it's all I could do was like in my head, oh my god, I would have fixed that. Oh my god, I would have fixed that. Oh my god, I would have fixed that. Yeah, but in Berlin though, yeah, I don't remember the lights, but I do remember going through the park and then going to the Brandenburg Gate, and then walking through the park behind the Brandenburg Gate and all that. That was fun. Yeah, there's a bar just by the Arc of Triumph. Arc of Triumph, is that what it's called? There's an underground bar that used to be a bunker that Blizzard used to throw all of its parties at, because we had an office in Valisi. But I'm trying to remember. I don't remember what the name of it was. But on the top level, this is underground, so here's the street level. But the first level, there was a bowling alley and things like that. Then there was a karaoke bar. No, then there was a bar, and then the bottom level was karaoke and things like that. But I don't know what the name of the bar is. But I do know that when you came up out of it, because it was like you're coming up out of a subway station, but it was a old World War II bunker that they turned into a bar. But you come out, and if you looked, turn around, you would see the arch down the street. So I just don't know what the name of the bar is. But I know that the few times that I went to Paris, that's where Blizzard had its parties at. So if anybody's out there that knows what bar that is, I could probably find it on the map, actually. Let's see if we go to the Googles. Google Maps. Let's say Paris. Paris, France. Oop. All right, where is the arch? It's over here. All right. Bus, 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 bus. I'm trying to see if I can find... Nope, that's above ground. The best part of Paris I know is Disneyland Paris, which isn't in Paris itself. Yeah, where would this place be? Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, there were quite a few places in Paris that I really, really liked. And I was very lucky because there was a girl that worked at Blizzard named Elodie, who was just amazing. And she took us all around and showed us where everything was, took us everywhere, interpreted for us everywhere we went. She was very cool. Yeah, I'm not seeing this place. It's probably not even on a map. But it was underground, so I don't know. Nope, I don't know where it is. But we were really lucky because we had, like, Elodie also took us down to Normandy because Tristan, his grandfather, came up on the beach in Normandy for World War II. So we wanted to see where it was, and so we went there. And then we went down to Mont Saint Michel, which is a just absolutely gorgeous monastery on an island. And the thing about the monastery on the island was the parking lots were below sea level. So they at one point they were making announcements that the tide was coming in, and most everybody got their cars out, but one little white car didn't get out in time, and it got washed to sea. Got taken out with the tide. Yeah, I'm not seeing this place. Oh well. Yeah, there's a lot of spurs of is that it? No, that's not underground. Oh well. See if I can find it this way. Let's see if this will do it. Is that it? That looks like it's in a building. Nope, that's not it. Nope, not seeing it. Where's that one? No, that was too big. Bum, 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 bum. That looks familiar. No, that's too far away. No, this probably doesn't exist anymore. I don't know. Weird. Okay. The sole job is to make tourists get off the land when tide's above to come. Yeah. It's far too many people believe they can outrun it, and that, yeah, no, tide is not something you can outrun. It comes in pretty quick, but I have a lot of pictures from that trip. Yeah. But Mont Saint Michel, if you've never seen it, it is absolutely, and I'm probably saying it wrong, and I apologize. Um, uh, but it is this. Yeah, that's. We'll pull that up. It is an absolutely gorgeous place, and walking to the top of it was, and into the monastery itself was pretty cool. Turn this on. That's not it. That's just one of the buildings, but that's a model. Let's go back to the first one. So all this water here, when it's out, that's where they put the parking lots. But this is what it looks like. And you walk up through the town that's around the outside of the monastery. And these are horrible pictures. So let me see if I can find some better images. Yeah, so there's a picture of me and a couple other people walking on this road here, because that's what you walk on to go up to it. But the parking was down along the base here, and I think it looks like they've probably taken it out. But when the tide comes in, it completely surrounds the place. Just don't say the T. In Mont, like Mon, so it's Mont Saint Michel. Mont Saint Michel. T is silent. Move this over here a little bit. Okay. But it was a really, really good trip. And people were fantastic. And what I found, and this is in Korea as well, is, and this is something Americans can learn when they go to different places. If you try to speak the language, even if you mess it up, they appreciate it more that you tried. If you just come in and are bombastic American, blah, 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 all that kind of stuff, then they're not going to like you at all, and they're going to treat you like crap, and they should. But if you try, they will appreciate that and actually be quite kind to you. See, so like this whole area down here, where I'll click on that so I can, you can see my mouse. Okay. This whole area down here, they had parking in when we were there. And when the tide came in, you had to be not there. But we had parked way back on the mainland and then walked all the way into Mont Saint Michel. So it was very, very cool. You know, and we walked all the way to the top and walked through the monastery and all that stuff, because that's what you do. And very, very appreciative of going there, seeing new places. And for people going to France, if you want to see the real France, go outside of Paris, yes. The bad reputation of French people is mostly due to people from Paris. Oh, okay. There was a place by the Valisi that we went to that was owned by the same family for several hundred years. And Elodie and Paulina took us there, and they had like, what they said was, okay, what we're going to give you is the chef is going to put together a whole bunch of stuff, and he's just going to bring it. And they were friends of Paulina and Elodie. And he brought the food, and the food was absolutely amazing. And there was like steak in there. There was all kinds of stuff, just an absolutely amazing lunch. But what's also there was a cup, a good-sized cup of béarnaise sauce, but it wasn't béarnaise sauce as I knew béarnaise sauce. It was a lumpy béarnaise sauce, which I'd never seen before. And it was the most amazing béarnaise sauce I had ever had in my life. And it was just like, oh my God. Yeah. It was so freaking amazing. You know, but the owner, because they knew the owner, so the owner came over and talked to us for a little while. And, you know, I tried to, in my very broken English French, tried to talk to him, but LED translated for me, so it worked out great. But he was very appreciative that I had tried, and so was everybody. Even when we were in Paris, when we were having lunch, if I tried, then they appreciated it, or at least I tried, you know. And then my mess ups, Elodie would laugh at me about it, because Elodie and Paulina both. Yeah. But those two were huge, great tour guides for all of Paris and all of France in general. So they took us to the Eiffel Tower and the Louvre and the Normandy and Mont Saint Michel. See, I'm trainable. French are not for their cuisine. Yeah, they're a gold standard for culinary work. Yes, they are. You know, especially the mom and pop places. It's just like that's the thing that I found out in Germany as well. Is our mom and pop places are good too, but I had never seen what the U.S. calls high-end cuisine. People there are, that's just food, you know? So I found that very fascinating. It's like a perfect example, something that Americans can understand, is here, Mercedes Benzes are, you're a rich guy and you buy a Mercedes and blah, 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 blah. In the UK and the rest of the world, they're taxi cabs, which cracks me up. Because in the UK, when I called an Uber or I called a taxi, the majority of them were Mercedes Benz. And I'm like, okay, that puts a lot of stuff into perspective. I'd love to visit Japan and Ireland at some point. They both seem gorgeous to go through. I think that I flew over Japan once, and that city was amazing to look at from the sky. When we were coming back from Korea, we were flying back. You go the opposite way than when you're going there. So I'm looking out the window because I always get a window seat when I'm in a plane. It's just the weird thing that I do. And I'm looking, I'm like, oh, wait a minute. That looks like Mount Fuji. So I'm looking, and after Mount Fuji, to me, that Japan, you see the city, when you come over, if you come past Mount Fuji, you see the city, and the city just keeps going. And it's not like in like LA or New York or stuff like that, where there's just one spot where there's the big buildings, tall buildings and stuff like that. It is miles and miles and miles of skyscrapers and just biggest city I've seen in my lifetime. And it just kept going. Never seen anything like that. It was just like but I've never been on the ground there. So not in Japan. But Japan it's on my list. That and Australia I'd like to go to at some point. Yeah. Yep, 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 yep. Mhm. I'm not great with crowded cities like Manhattan, so visiting Tokyo would probably be overwhelming. Yeah. That's one thing that I have told is that it is, you're literally wall to wall people. You know, even like their subways, they have guys that their job is to push people into the subway car so the doors can even close. They're so tightly packed together. Mm. Have you been to Northwind? No, I have not been to Northwind. In fact, if I can get my account reinstated, I will show you that Northwind is still grayed out in my WoW account. You know, I've told the story about that is where I was not going to go to Northern because they said that it's Northern was sold to, as a place that you go to raid, and I don't raid. So Northwind, the Northwind expansion for WoW was not for me. So I didn't go to Northwind. What I did was I went to Hellfire Peninsula and mined cloth and sold cloth in the market to the people that were in Northwind. So made a lot of money. And then when I had enough experience, I went to the Maelstrom and jumped in the Maelstrom, completely bypassing Northrend altogether. But have never been to Northrend, and I've never been to Scandinavia, so. You said Northrend, you brought it up. Your fault. Haha. Deal with it. Brah. Another place I'd like to go is New Zealand at some point. Never been there. I've been to a lot of places, never been to New Zealand. Is there a real place in the world that goes by the name Northrend? I don't think so. Or is that just what you call Scandinavia? I don't think there's a real place called Northrend, is there? There's a Northrend Medical Center in Australia. That's kind of funny if you think about it. According to Google Maps, which I happen to have open. Oh, that's North End, not North Rend. So no, there's nothing in Google Maps. If you go to just Google, yeah, it's just wild stuff. So there's no, technically no real Northrend. No, I've never been to Scandinavia. Because what I had planned to do is because when I took the job at Jagex, my plan was to go there, and because they give you so much time off in the UK, um, I was going to uh, take long weekends and just jump on the train and go around the EU and all of those places because trains go everywhere, and I actually enjoyed the trains. But the problem is that 3 months after I got there, COVID happened, and the whole EU and UK was locked down for a a very long time. I was going stir crazy, and asked if I could go back into the office as soon as possible because I couldn't just sit in the house. I couldn't. It's just I'm not that kind of person to be able to do that without knowing I can drive somewhere or something else. But I wasn't driving there, so. But all those opportunities of being able to just jump on the train and go places disappeared when COVID happened. So it was a bummer. It was a bummer, dude. Okay, everything is still running. I'll have to put together a map at some point of the places I've been. They used to have something on Facebook that you would mark off all the countries you'd been to. Can't watch right now, but I hope Christmas is great this year. See ya. Skry, thank you very much for hanging out. I live in Scandinavia, Denmark, or it's canals. Think of it was the northern Venice, Sweden for its long fields and it's really pretty. So is Copenhagen and Norway and fjords. Oh wow, no, I've never been. Let's see, for timing reasons, we're probably about 30 minutes away from dad jokes, so. Yeah, I've never seen the Northern Lights. Oh wow, very pretty. Go back. So let's open that. The Northern Lights. Wow. I didn't realize you could see them kind of in the daytime. Oops. Almost hauntingly pretty. Yeah, pretty stuff. Well, a lot of people call a lot of things a lot of things. Yeah, the closest thing to Northrend according to Google is North End Medical in Melbourne. No R. Too funny. I didn't realize Tasmania was a little island off of Australia. I thought those were connected. Weird. I know, but I am referring mostly to geographic makeup. Denmark is mostly composed of tiny islands, where Sweden and Norway are large landmasses. Okay. Cool stuff. Yep. See if there was anything. Yeah, as far as his question that he asked before, making your own yogurt. See, I started when I got back from the UK. I was trying to find things to make myself healthier because I'm in my 60s and all that kind of stuff. And I'm like, okay, well, what can I do? So I started making kefir or kefir, whichever it is you call it. You know, some people call it one thing, some people call it another. Which is kind of like a milk that you can make that has not antibiotics, but probiotics and things like that in it. And what I noticed was that when I drank it, if I drank it every day, that my arthritis went away, which was a huge thing because with COVID, I got late COVID where I got huge reactive arthritis and had to be put on some pretty severe medications. So I started making kefir, and drinking it. And what I noticed was that my arthritis was going away. I'm like, this is weird. So I started backing off on the medications that they gave me. And within a couple weeks, I'm not saying this is going to work for everybody. I'm just saying this is how it appeared to work for me. Is after about 4, 5, 6 weeks, I was completely off the medication. And my arthritis was pretty much gone. And I'm like, that is weird. So I kept making it, kept drinking it, and that was fine. And then I'm like, okay, well, what else can I do to kind of help put myself in order? So I'm like, okay, well, let me find out how hard is it to make yogurt. And it's so much easier than I thought it was going to be that it surprised me. You know, because you can get half and half, which is a 50-50 milk anywhere. And one of those little skinny tall milk cartons of it probably cost you $3. You know, and then you can get probiotics, like the powdered ones, anywhere. You just get ones that have the things that you want them to do in it, and you warm up your milk to about 90 degrees. You put in the powder, and if you get little capsules, you just sprinkle the capsules in there. Then put some inulin in it, which is what probiotics eat. You know, and then stir it all up, and then put it in like a super pot or something like that, because I have an electric super pot. put it like 106 degrees for 36 hours, and then when it's done, you have little cups of yogurt. And I eat one of those a day, and it seems to keep everything kind of moving. And my health has other than being fat, my health has been in really good order for a couple of years now doing this. So I'm really happy about it. Also, I hear winter bathing is supposedly healthy for moderation, boosting immune system. Yeah, I have a steam room that, like a fold-up steam room that I have upstairs that I try to use at least once a week. You know, I'm not a big fan of cold. I can do hot. I can't really do cold that well. So I'm not gonna do uh, winter dunks. Just not gonna do it. But it's also so like if you had like Greek yogurts, making your own yogurt is actually better for you because you can where the bacteria in Greek yogurt is in the millions, you can make your own at home, which is the same stuff with billions of bacteria in it, and have a better chance of surviving your to get into your intestines to help make you healthy. Well, I would 100% suggest anybody and everyone in the U.S. travel outside the U.S. And actually get to know some of the countries that people are talking about and actually live in the systems that those people talk about. Because I learned a lot in the UK, especially about like how their health services work and stuff like that. And I was extremely surprised by how it kind of all worked out. Canada and Cancun excluded. I don't know. Yeah, I make this thing before bed, and it's basically I soak 1 teaspoon of chia seeds in water for about an hour. Then I drain it. Then I put that into a cup. I add some pistachios and some um, dried fruit, and then one of the little cups of yogurt that I make. And mix that all up, and then drink that before I go to bed. Because your body does most of its healing at night when you're asleep. So giving it the fuel to do that is seems smarter than giving it to it in the morning when it's just going to burn it out doing what you're doing during the day. Which two? Oh, Canada and Cancun. Yeah, I've never been to either. Like down south where I go is, or where I used to go with my dad, was San Felipe. He used to, he knew the mayor down there, and that's where he used to take us on vacation. Like being abroad without being a bore abroad. Uh, So yeah, so what I found is making my own stuff for my health is easier than I thought it was going to be. It's actually quite surprising. What is Emir? Now, I think that you can take, and even if you like, if there's a yogurt you like, I'm pretty sure you can take it and from the stuff you get in the store, grow it out. Trying to find the yogurt that you. There's a mere yogurt. How is a mirror different from yogurt? Compared to standard yogurt, it is thicker, creamier consistency, and higher protein. It has a highly buttery taste. It may be very subtle fizzy due to slight carbonation from lactic acid fermentation. So it's a lactic acid fermentation. Let's see. Ba, 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 ba. So it's converted to lactic acid. Basic chemical equivalent of lactic acid fermentation, where glucose is converted into lactic acid. Huh. Interesting. I think the ones that I'm doing is I do like an L-Reuteride, and then there's a couple others that I throw in there too to make the yogurt that I make, but it seems to help. Hmm. Ymir is a Danish daily dairy product which is heavily concentrated. According to the Danish legislation, it must contain at least 6% milk protein and at least 11% SNF. Interesting. Hold a message for a reason. Okay, what is this? Will post it in chat. A user fixated on a reward and status who's hijacked inducive fluid. What is this? I don't know what this is. The user is fixated on reward and status. I'm going to deny this because I don't know what you're trying to do here. Nope. Oh, cool. I haven't started growing things yet. Right now, I'm trying to, like I said, I'm building a solar energy system for Chomps's satellite connection stuff. And then the next thing I was going to build was I was going to build a solar charging system for Chomps himself. those are the things I'm working on now, and I'll take a picture of them when I'm done with the first one, because hopefully I'll have the first one done tomorrow. I learned something new. Amero gets its name from primordial being here, apparently. I know the Ymir is my native tongue, but never knew the connection. Oh, okay. Yeah, for some reason, our modbot did not like your inspiration message. And when I read it, it didn't make sense to me, so I denied it. Uh, yeah, I've never built like a greenhouse type thing, but that could be interesting. I will eventually. Next project that I think I'm going to have is Frig's sister has geese and ducks, and I think I was going to build a pond for them that they can use because they don't have a pond on her property. So I thought I would build a pond. The tricky part is that the water has to be filtered in order to do things like keep water moving and keep the surface of the water moving so that mosquitoes don't thrive in the water, because they can get a lot of mosquitoes in this area, and I am a brand new restaurant to a mosquito. Yeah, they have geese and ducks, and they make amazing watchdogs, let me tell you. Anybody comes on that property, those guys are on them. Hmm. Yeah. So, because even me, they don't like me because I've like gone over it. And one of the things I did was I built a small fence around her patio because the geese um, like to go on her patio and crap. So they poop all over her patio, and then she can't use her patio. You know, so I built a small fence and put lighting on the fence so people could see it at night and stuff. And the geese hated that I put that up. Oh my God, they hate it. So now every time I go over there, they come at me and I do my things. They are very aggressive. And the ducks just follow them around. The ducks never do anything. They're just always following the geese around because the geese are the boss. Mm. It was basically saying that those who are too much focused on followers cannot focus on what is in their interest. Don't think it's your case. Just generally. Okay. I think they're much worse than crows. I think geese are awful. But by the same token, she has in their pen, because they do have a pen that they're not always in, but it's where they always go back to when they sleep or do those things, is she has four kiddie pools. And I had put on these little pond filters that had little fountains on them that were solar powered. I put those on there, and within like a couple days, they were clogged and useless. So what I thought I would do was go and get one of those black pond uh, liners and dig up inside their pin, so it can be set in the ground, and then have an PVC coming off of that to outside their cage, and then put a bigger filter there that can handle the thicker water and filter the water better, and then put a waterfall in for the pond itself, and then hopefully that'll help and will keep the mosquitoes away. Now, crows can be quite aggressive. I can see why when you get a bunch of them together, it's called a murder, because they probably will try to murder you. But geese are, and they're loud. Oh my God, loud geese. There is nobody sneaking up on their houses, let me tell you. But I thought it'd be cool to build a good proper pond for them, and that's in ground, and then with proper filtration and proper little waterfall to keep the water moving so that the mosquitoes don't make home. And it'll also be easier for her to tend to because the filtration system will be outside of the cage, and she can take care of it from there. And it'll keep the water moving. Yep. Let's see, what time is it? Yeah, we're gonna, at 1 o'clock, we'll go ahead and do dad jokes. Or let's see, what time? Yeah, 1 o'clock would be fine because it'll be about 2 minutes after 1 because we'll wait till the zombie attack passes. The rabbit plushie belonged to Bean. So, my cats, of which you see Rocky on the thing real quick there. This is Bean. Unfortunately, Bean died. So, this is him. He's in there. But I had another cat named Lazarus. And Bean and Lazarus were like inseparable. But unfortunately, when we were in Texas, Lazarus died. So I bought Bean this little bunny so that he could curl up with the bunny. And then Rocky died. And I put Rocky's collar on him so that Bean could, because Bean tried so hard to make Rocky love her, but she just wouldn't, because she wasn't that kind of cat. She just didn't like anybody. But he used to, after Rocky died and after Lazarus died, then Bean would curl up with the bunny. So I keep the bunny. And then I have Bean right here. And then I have Rocky. This one's Rocky. And this one's Jack. So, because Jack was a big orange tabby, Rocky was a tortoise, and then Bean was a lynx. So I got your urns that were the color of them, but I keep this because it was Bean's. It's what Bean slept with. Because Rocky wouldn't sleep with him. Rocky wouldn't cuddle up with him like Lazarus used to. So yes, I'm a very my chair gets caught on the carpet protector. So that is the story behind the rabbit behind me. Yeah, so yeah, that's that. And the crown is obviously my 20-year crown from working at Blizzard. So, it's one of the originals. There were 5 original ones for the 5 of us that had been there from the beginning. And they weigh a ton, and they were actually made by Weta. So, same people that made the orc on Wolfback that is in the middle of the quad at Blizzard. Now, let me look here real quick. I think I found. See if I can find it, because it's something we could probably talk about after dad jokes. If I can find it again. Okay, network password. It's in this one, and I think it's right about here. Sorry, I'm gonna look something up here because we have a. If I can find it, I will pull it over. No, it's not in this one. I didn't realize I had all those images of plants. I can use those in our game. Okay, boop-a-doop-boop. No, it's not in this one. I thought it was. I don't remember which year it was. But that went in, was it? No, it was 10 was too late. It was probably 2000. Oh, I can find out by looking at the thing. You can't see it from here. There it is. Use this real quick. Okay, 2007. I was close. Okay, 7 images. I'll find these real quick and then pull them over, and then after we do dad jokes, talk about it. But I have here somewhere, because I took a bunch of pictures. I went in and took a bunch of pictures when they were putting the orc on Wolfback in place. And I came across them the other day. Oh. Okay, there's the quad. So many things. So many memories. In this directory alone, there are 11,000 images from 2007. So somewhere in here is the pictures of the orc being put in place. If I can't find it today, I can find it and probably talk about it on Monday then. Okay, no, it doesn't look like I will be able to find them today. I think that's something that I need to start doing, is start prepping and doing. Maybe you guys will like this, maybe you guys won't. start prepping a bunch of pictures to talk about during the show. Just to go, hey, check this out.
Brains.
Some of them probably not shown. As I look at some of them and go, oh no, we probably shouldn't show that. I know they're here somewhere. There's LOD. LOD. Maybe one day I'll do a Blizzard retrospective from my point of view. That could be fun. Just talk through it. Use the chapters of my book for reference. Since technically I don't think I can use the pictures. Gotta be here somewhere. Yep. All right, so I took thousands of pictures throughout the years. And some of them are actually good. A very small percentage. Some of them just make me laugh. Okay. Well, I'm not going to find that here. So, just check something real quick. Okay, we're going to do dad jokes in just a second. Just give me a minute. I'll be right back. I need to take care of something real quick. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. There was just a phone call that I had to answer because it's not someone that usually calls when we're doing our show. So, but everything is okay. Let's do. Let's go here. We're gonna do some dad jokes because that's what your dad jokes, questions, things like that. We need to put the announcement out. I probably should have done that before I took the phone call. But we'll do that real quick. Alrighty then. Maybe that's what we'll do.
Any Nunham says, hydration reminder for everyone.
You You know what? I think that's what we're going to do in the new year. That makes sense to me. Hmm. Do yeah, I think that's. Thank you for the hydrations. We have made the announcement for what we are doing. Okay. Because it is about the time that we do dad jokes anyway. Giving everybody time to show up. Well, I just got here, so we're just going over to the bar now. Oh, our timer's blocked by an ad. There we go. Alrighty. That is good. That is working. That is working. Everybody's still there. Okay. We have our timer. Work is killing me. I'm sorry, Malieve. Pizza just arrived. Okay. Be sure to stay fed. Okay, so give it a couple more seconds, then we're going to do number one and then move on. This over here. Mornings. Okay, we're all good. Just giving people a chance to come in. Did get a chance to talk to both boys yesterday for Christmas, so that was good. All right. Don't let work kill you. Are you driving today, or is it others? At least it's not your aunt sitting on you, else there would be a body to bury. Would there be, or would she just absorb him? He said wouldn't. I'm going for the absorb line of thinking. Yeah, me too. All right. Number one. In which year did the Battle of Boyne occur? Hopefully I'm saying that right. In which year did the Battle of Boyne occur? Boyne. 'Boop. Oh, let me go over here in case the right answer comes up. In a calendar. 3 seconds. 2, 1. Okay. So, in which year did the Battle of Boyne occur? 1690. So I get a can. However, I don't know what the Battle of Boyne is. So that kind of throws me off. The one thing about these questions that get to me is they don't give, to me, they don't give enough information. The battle was fought across the River Boyne in the Kingdom of Ireland, modern-day Ireland, and resulted in the victory for William. Okay, so here's what it was. Oops, that's not what we wanted. This one? Yeah. The Battle of Boyne took place in 1690 between the forces of deposed King James II and those of King William III, who, with his wife Queen Mary II, had ascended the crown of England and Scotland in 1689. So there you go. That's where you go. Ba-dum-bum-bump. Okay, let's send Vakens underwears. All right, number two. Number two. What is the hardest thing about skateboarding? What is the hardest thing about skateboarding? Concrete on the face. I don't know that word, concreon. So what is the hardest thing about skateboarding? The concrete. So you guys are right. Wait for the snow. Then it's snowboarding. Or are you waiting for snow in your area? Is that what you're saying? And if you are, do you have your sled out? His butt. Yep. Number three. We are tied 1-1. Throw away the outside and cook the inside. Then eat the outside and throw away the inside. What is it? Yeah, this is you are correct. It is corn on the cob. And it's a rerun from literally, I think, just a couple days ago. So that's really weird. Yeah, days. The manifold, thank you very much. Yeah, it's been going well. Wow. Avocado, cow, repeat. Yeah, it's a repeat. We're gonna do for the year break. We'll go through every single joke we've ever told and see if we can get all the repeats out of them, because we got thousands of them. So we will Get a bunch of stuff. Okay, you guys get the soda. All right, number 3. No, number 4. Yeah, sorry, 4. Clear that. What was Lucius Tranquillus Superbus's title in ancient Rome? This is brought to you by I Need No Name, and I'm probably pronouncing that wrong, so please try to read it yourself if you can. It's Lucius Tranquillus Superbus's title. Mm-hmm. We do have a correct answer on the board. What was Lucius Tranquillus Superbus's title in ancient Rome? He was the last king. After a rebellion ousted him, came the Republic. And that's when the Caesars came. That is when the Caesars came. So you are correct with king. Shrieker, you are correct. Let's see what it says. Master Sprite says, by the time dad jokes comes to an end, you have the greatest collection of dad jokes and riddles imaginable. What will you do with all that power? Probably ignore it. He was the last king, so they did have a king at one point, which I did not know. No. I just don't know how to pronounce his name. That's probably unfair to you guys. Oh no, there's a pronunciation. Let's see. I don't want to build a website I love. Let's see. Come on, get past that. Okay, let's start here. And then let me see if I can get the audio on so you guys can hear it. I want to try to pronounce it right, but let's see if it'll say it. Let me see if you guys can hear this. But yeah, can't.
Latin pronunciation: Lucius Tarquinius Superbus or Superbus. That was classical Latin. English pronunciation: Lucius Tarquinius Superbus.
So I wasn't that far off. I don't feel so bad now. I was actually close. Number 5. Number 5 is alive. Number 5 is alive. That's weird. Didn't do anything. Okay, number 5. Who has married many women but was never married? That is the correct answer. It is a priest. You are correct. Prize. Price? Priest? Number 6. What do you call an anxious fly? What do you call an anxious fly? What do you call an anxious fly? A blue bottle it up. I'm going to jigsaw puzzle with my daughter, so running back and forth to my computer, not making it here in time. We have a correct answer on the board. What do you call an anxious fly? A jitterbug. That is the correct answer. I will admit that there was a time 2 weeks ago that Frigo was at work and called me, and there was a kid in the background that was telling dad jokes. And I just started hitting him with dad jokes. Boom, 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 boom. To where he finally gave up. So, yes, there is power there. Number 7. Do we have 6 on the board? We do. Oh, this one's going to be easy for you. Who is the voice of Shrek? Should I even start the timer? Yeah, let's start the timer for fun. There we go. Red Excalibur, you are correct. It is Michael Myers. Mike Myers. Or Michael Myers is also acceptable. You guys have a 6-pack. Oops. That wasn't supposed to move. Also, you have a fork, because I Need No Name had given one of the jokes there, so I forgot to give you guys your fork. John Cena. I don't even think John Cena was around except for in wrestling at that time. Okay. You can't hear the brains. Okay. Hopefully now.
Shrieker_S_ says test.
Yelbull87 says beat Bob.
Okay, so John Cena hit the scene in 2002, and Shrek came out in 2001. So he could not be Shrek.
Master Sprite says question is showing.
Yes, it is, isn't it? When I'm typing over here, sometimes it throws the question and answer up. Yes, it is. You're absolutely right, Shrieker. Did we mention that games of those days were very hard? I think we did.
brains.
Okay. Did you hear the brains there? Because you said you didn't hear brains before. Okay, good. All right, number 8, which you've seen the question, but we're going to ask it again here. Who is the first and only woman to have competed and won 2 gold medals in 2 different winter sports at the same Olympics event? This is brought to you by I Need No Name, so you get a fork. That is the correct answer. Stop the timer. It is Esther Ledika. Alpine skiing and parallel giant slalom in snowboard. Okay. Good for her. Give you guys a soda. Might want to skip 2. Number 9. We have 8 on the board. What country won the very first FIFA World Cup in 1930? Almost 100 years ago. We have a correct answer on the board, and it was in fact Uruguay. So, Hugo, you are the first one to be right. Oh, looks like we have a lot of pub quizzes in this one. Number 10. What is the name of the space probe that visited Pluto? What is the name of the space probe? Wow. It is correct. It is New Horizons. You are correct. Your mama? My mama never went to Pluto. Mickey Mouse wouldn't let her in. We do have 10 on the board. Okay, I need to figure out how to say this word. Okay. 11. What type of dish is a bouillabaisse? Bouillabaisse. Literally, you and someone who shares your name. Lobster stew. Beef. Fish. Yep. Okay. It is, in fact, yes, a fish stew or a fish soup. It's not a lobster stew, but it is a fish stew. A stew to me is a soup, so I'm all good with that. They often have these programs for probes in advance of their launches. You can submit. Oh, okay. Number 12. The Icelandic calendar is based on which cycle? The Icelandic calendar is based on which cycle? You are correct. It is the lunar cycle. I don't answer as I would consider it cheating if a French dish, so I know it. Oh, no worries. The lunar cycle. Okay, number 13. If 2 is company and 3 is a crowd, what are 4 and 5? Oni Demon, you are correct. They are 9. Yeah, that's a repeat too. Like I said, we need to do a complete overhaul of all the systems. All the dad joke systems, because it's quite elaborate. And it does its best to get repeats, but you're still gonna, it's still gonna be that way. So just let me get a few through. Four is a family, 5 a family, plus a dog. Okay, number 14. What can be measured but has no length, width, or height? What can be measured but has no length, width, or height? We do have a correct answer on the board. It is your temperature. What is the name of the American rapper known for hits like Hotline Bean, Bling, and God's Plan? You are correct. It is Drake. You guys have a 6-pack. Is he Canadian? I didn't know that. I was not aware that he was Canadian. Good thing I didn't write that joke or I'd feel silly. Let's find out. You have made an accusation. We must know the truth. Yes, Drake was born in Toronto. Oh, sorry. He was born in Toronto, Ontario, but has dual citizenship with the U.S. So technically he is an American too. So he has actually dual citizenship. Okay, so 12, 13, wait a minute. 12, 13, 14, 15, we're missing 2. I'm assuming they're your guys's, so I don't know why we're missing 2. So we're putting them back. If we're on 16, we should have 15. All right, number 16. Where's our timer? Number 6. Which act of 1948 provided the right of Adobe in the UK for Commonwealth citizens? Which act of 1948 provided the right of Adobe in the UK for citizens? Adobe, not Abode. Sorry. It's behind the After Effects. Yeah, that's Abode. Abode. Oh. Which act of 1948 provided the right of abode in the UK for Commonwealth citizens? Let's stop this for a minute and give you guys some extra time since I screwed that up so badly. Not Adobe, abode. Abode. Okay, we're going to restart the clock again. We do have a correct answer on the board. It was the British Nationality Act. The Crumpets and Tea Act. I have to tell you, I really like crumpets. You know, crumpets with butter and some jam on it. Oh, best. Absolute best. Alrighty, number 17. Who invented the telescope? Who invented the telescope? It was not Galileo or Figaro. We do have a correct answer on the board. Wait, we lost our timer. Where's our timer? So who invented the telescope? Hans Lippershey. He lived from 1570 to 1619. But in the website for Science and Optics, he was your guy. Dutch eyeglass maker, who many historians believe was the inventor of the first telescope, and also sometimes credited with the invention of the compound microscope. He was born in Wessel, Germany, and settled in the Netherlands, opening a spectacle shop in Middelburg. Oh, go for him. He's your guy. There's a Wikipedia if you want to go read about him. Some Greek guy. Yeah. I'll give you guys a can here. Yeah, they like their frills around their necks. I think it's to ward off vampires. It's my call. I don't know. This one should be real easy for you guys. So here we go. What kind of underpants do lawyers wear? Well, maybe they were a cat after surgery. The correct answer is briefs, so you are correct, Master Sprite. We have 2 left. Both of them extremely simple. I mean, so simple that I'm going to go ahead and turn the timer off. So the timer is gone. And I'm going to go ahead and give you guys your cans now. You'll see why in a minute. So, okay. Give you that one there. Okay. All right, here's the last 2 questions. Number 19. Who is the American artist known for hits like Man in the Mirror and Thriller? You are correct. I told you. Okay, here's the last one, number 20. It's going to be just as easy. I'm looking at it and I'm like, ugh. Okay, so here we go, number 20. Who played the character of Jack Dawson in the movie Titanic? Leonardo DiCaprio is correct. I can't type fast today. No, that's okay. So our final scores today is 19-1. I got one. I got one. So 19-1 with 2 forks on your side for the 2 submitted jokes that came in. Let's bring the Vikings out so they can clean up. Okay. I will just drink my 1 can here, but they still need to wipe off the bar, so we're all good there. Go back to the house. 19-1. All I can say is I prevented you guys from a full death streak. Get these out of the way. Okay. Now we're just back to just talking again, because it is our talking day. So, what's on your minds? Let me see if I can find those pictures again real quick. I was still looking for them when we cut away. Because I know the area that they should be in my, let's try 2009. And it'd be photos. Date created. No, it wouldn't be in that one. That's all other things. So I did I wrote a program that would take all of my photos from a certain year that were created in a certain year and sort them into a set of folders based on that year. And what I ended up with is literally, I did not know that I dealt with that many photos every year. Because it's like 9,000 and up in every single directory for every single year with 0 repeats. So that's a lot. I was very surprised once the sorting had finished. Is this what I was looking? This is what I was looking for. Actually, I did find it. So let me make a local directory real quick, and then I will show you these. These are actually kind of cool. Let's go the show, and then we'll go images. We're gonna go new folder, work. Art gets a C. All right, let's do grab these from here. No, not there, from there. No, actually from there to here. I'm gonna copy those. Not gonna move them, we're gonna copy them. Let's grab these ones. Come down here to, oh wow. Yeah, I didn't realize I had this many, but we'll go through them quickly. Unfortunately, they're not sorted, so copy here. All right. What I will have to do is basically start there. Okay. So I'm going to move my camera over this way, like this, so that it puts me on the side. We'll set this up while you guys are... Show images, orc. Let's start with this one. Take that image and put it over here and make it much smaller. Make it about this big and then put me where the orc is. That's good. We'll pop that up. Bloop. I guess we could just kind of click through them, so not too bad. Yep. I should have put them in as a slideshow. Yeah, let me see if I can put a slideshow together here. Windows capture, VLC, video, blah, 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 media source. Just let it call it that for right now. And we want to do... How do I turn this into a frickin' slideshow? Did they take that ability out? What I'll have to do is come back to... No, that one's not a slideshow. Let me go to here, start review. No, we need to... Studio mode, I'm going to jump to last Wednesday. I'm going to copy this media here and put it into just me. And then we're going to change this. I'm doing a lot of crap in the background here. Give me just a second. I'm going to load up all of these into a single slideshow so that I can click through them as opposed to having to reload them every single time. It won't let me do it. Why won't you let me do it? Oh well, I guess I have to do it one at a time. Kill that. Nope, not that. The hell? Kill that. All right. So this was what the orc originally looked like. is just a slab that we put in on the ground. Unfortunately, I don't think I can just grab. No, it's going to do it that way, so no. All right, so we're just going to have to do it this way. As image when showed, not showing alpha. Okay. I'm going to have to move this. So this is where it was, and I can do it that way. Okay. We are pre-recorded bots now. Okay. So that's where the main circle was, you know, when they were working on it, you know, measuring everything out. This is the pieces of the orc on the truck. More measuring stuff out. And then they uncovered them. Put this over so I can see a little bit better. Sorry this is going so fast. It's just I'm trying to... They used to have a slideshow thing in this damn thing. So there's your wolfies with your orc leg. And then the orc himself. Yeah. And wolf's head. Last thing I touched on Blizzard property was I petted its head before I left. Because that's what you do. And this is the crane. They put it together on. Hooking it up. Let's see here. Picking up the wolfie. When you believe a wolf can fly. Yeah, they had to put, they had to raise them up, and then they had to put these spikes underneath him so that they could spike him to the ground, basically. See, and there's the little thing that tells you that Weta made it. Yeah. And then, let's see. So those, you can see right there by his arm that those are the spikes. They're putting the spikes in, which is what holds it to the ground. They had to drill holes in the base. And then these spikes go into those holes, and then they fill those holes with, like, not an expanding foam, but like a resin that they lock it in place. But this was them basically hovering over with the big, everybody yelling, don't stand under it, because they didn't want it dropped on you. Yeah, that's them easing it into place. So yeah, so they had the diagram on the ground there, and then they would put it so they could line them up perfectly. And marking the holes. I believe they pick them back up again and then drill the holes. Yeah, so they've marked where the holes are, and then they have to go drill them. While he's still floating up in the air. And there's Tristan and the peoples. Where are we at here? I think we were right about here. No, that's where we were. Bump, bump, bump. No. No. Close up of the old Wolfies, or the Orkies, who sits on the roof. Such a fine, vicious humans. Didn't put his sword on yet. Because he comes in pieces, so they got to put his body down first, and then they go back and take him, and then plug him in. Lining him up was not an easy task. Oh, those are just some skulls inside the base. This is the guy that had to come in and drill the holes. So the wolf is right there in the foreground, but those are the spikes that they had to put on him that hold him in place. They're getting ready. They had to take his spikes out. They put the spikes in so they could mark where they were veins. Then they had to take the spikes out so they could set it down because they couldn't leave it just hanging in the air. Then they had to drill the holes, which you can see they drilled the holes. Then they had to pick them up again and put the spikes back on, and then fill the holes with resin so that he wouldn't get out. So that's them putting the spikes back in. Yep. That's what he looks like underneath. Because he is a bronze cast. He's 100% bronze. He ain't going nowhere. Then they just maneuver him into place and pop him into holes. Mm-hmm. It was a fun day, that was for sure. Now these guys go in and they line it all up, and then they fill the holes with, like I said, some kind of a bonding resin or something, and then just basically drop them down on there. And then wiggle him back and forth until he drops all the way down. Okay, where are we at on this? We're down here, so... So they put him in, and then they took him out again to make sure that he would line up right. I'm sorry this isn't a slideshow. For some reason, there's no slideshows anymore in this. So they got it in. He's all set. He's all locked in place. So the next thing was obviously to bring his rider. He needed his rider. So here comes the rider. Oops, nope. Sorry, wrong thing. Come back here. This is his rider. Flying through the air, trying to get to where he needs to be. Why do you have a statue of my aunt? Because nobody else would. You can see, yeah. Bring him on over. But yeah, so they had to bring him in pieces, which was kind of cool. But as you can tell, I took a lot of photos. Probably too many, but oh well. It was fun. Oh, we went backwards. Sorry. Take the second group here. Let's see, what am I looking for? Ah, here. Where they're kind of maneuvering him in place and locking him in so that he doesn't fall on one of them. Because you don't want him falling on you. He weighs quite a bit. Okay, let's see. We are there. So that is the post that they have to get him to fit on. so they can lock him in place. And success. Okay, we're down there. And then finished him up, and then covered him up because we were going to do a big announcement that he was ready, so they had to cover him. Now this was on a Saturday, and we did the inauguration, I guess, or the final announcement the following Monday. But this was us setting up for the announcement and all the pictures and stuff that people did the next day, so that when people came, we did the ceremony for it. Because your aunt is gorgeous. That is why. There's Mike making the announcement. It was a lot of fun. It was a very fun day. Nick. Mike again. So yeah, so the dedication was the following Monday, but we had fun. It was a fun time. It was really cool to see it flying though, because they had to literally take it up over a bunch of stuff to get it into place. Yeah, I was surprised that the crane reached that far away from the street. So, but yeah. So yeah, I need to go through my hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of photos, and thousands of photos, and just get a bunch up and do a slideshow at one point and say, look, this is the crap we did. And maybe, just maybe, I'll dig up some of the They'll Never Be Senators photos. But we'll see about that. We'll see how that works. I also need to set up something that's a little bit off for showing slides, but it's not right. Okay, that's better. Yeah, the detail on the orc and wolfback is amazing. Oh, that's funny, is that? No. So, like you can see right here, I have one back here. Because we gave everybody in the company one. As part of the dedication, anybody that was an employee at the time got one. I still have mine. It's right there. I don't think they're numbered, though. Are they numbered? I don't remember if they're numbered. And the number, if they are numbered, they're not based on when you came into the company. They're based on when you showed up to pick it up. Okay, where are we at? We're at 208. Oh, so that's good. So I can start pulling images and doing it that way. That's actually a good way to do it. Start cleaning those images up and putting them into categories. Now, I'm surprised that... So what I thought was the media source, which is... It just doesn't allow me to do a slideshow, which I thought it did. Or maybe it did and it doesn't anymore. But I'm pretty sure that I remember... Because if you try to do a slideshow with media, it just does it with video, not with images. Which I'm surprised that they don't have something simple to use as a slideshow for, yep, for images in OBS. Hey, OBS guys, give us something that does a slideshow. VCL, Windows Capture, Group. Nope. Nothing for a slideshow. Oh, wait. Image slideshow. Of course, now I find it. Never used it before? Yeah, that would have done it. Yeah, see that? That would have done it. Just let it run through. That says where they put it. Yeah, the detail on the statue was amazing. A lot of peoples. How many people does it take to put an orc on a wolf back? About 20. Yeah, that one's blurry. Yeah, that was them putting the goop in there that holds it in place. Like I said, I took a lot of photos. Can you imagine doing all that, showing up, and then it not fitting together? That would be so sad. Yeah, bolt them in. What's funny is the maintenance of it is they have to come out and wax it. They actually wax it. So they heat it up with torches and then wax it. They have brushes and stuff that they get all the wax and all the crevices and stuff, and it keeps it from turning green. It'll turn green like the Statue of Liberty would because it's bronze. So. That was it all done for the first time, right there. But yeah, there's a lot of detail. A lot of detail. I do miss the campus because sometimes it's the campus because of the statue artifacts. Yeah. That I like the museum as well. I do miss the theater. You know, there's a lot of things that I miss about it. You know, and just being part of it all because there's a lot of really cool stuff. Yeah, so, yeah, start over. I'm gonna stop it now. Cool though. It was a lot of fun and it was a lot of hard work. I joked earlier about the fact that when you're at Blizzard, it's a 100 mile an hour train. But it is because you're literally doing stuff at great speed and doing some amazing work at great speed. And that's something that not everybody could do. It was very difficult for a lot of people. That's why I joked with Metzen when he left the first time. I go, you know, it's like you have to have like a 12-step program to get Blizzard out of your system. You know, especially for those of us that were there forever. You know, it's a whole way of life. Let's see, zombies should be going away in about 8 seconds. And bye, zombies. Yeah, so that was what I wanted to dig up and show you. But I was looking for other things too that happen to be in that era. There's quite a few. Just silly things that I was putting up. Yep. Ah, long time ago. Things we do for work. And then work does back to us, yes. But I do want to go through and find as many of those kind of things as possible and then just kind of run through them. And maybe we'll just have a talking show next month or something that I dig up a whole bunch of photos and just talk through them. Throw a trailer in there, here and there, so my voice can rest. Oh, those days. I appreciate the... Oh, well, I'm glad I could help. There's a lot. Oh, wow. Is that where I think it is? Yeah, that's at Skywalker Ranch. Here, I'll show you a picture of Skywalker Sound. See if I can get this image back up here. Actually, I can just do it the other way here. So this is inside. Oh, close that. You see how hopefully this won't be too big on the... This is inside Skywalker Sound. We were setting up for a 60-piece orchestra there. Sorry about it being blurry. Let me get one that's clear. Yeah, this one looks like it's more clear. Same thing, but nah. But it's an actually absolute gorgeous place. You can go into the atrium. This is right outside the door. It's where you can have a snack and kind of relax. All the musicians can come out here and do their thing. Well, in between breaks and stuff. And it had a very cool atrium, which is above his head here. Is this here? Let's see. Let's get it here. This is what's above him. It was actually pretty cool. But we can go through all that kind of stuff and then, yeah. Ooh. And this is one of the entrances to, oh, sorry. One of the entrances to Skywalker Ranch. Doop-a-doop boop. I loved my job. Fun. And my orange cat, this was my big orange tabby. That was Jack. He was a huge cat. But yeah, there was a lot of cool stuff from back in the day. Let's see what else is in this directory. Not a whole lot. Oh, that's from skating. Yeah, my whole goal was to dig through all of these directories, because even in this directory that had the pictures we just showed from the orc on Wolfback, there's 9,000 images in that directory that need to be sorted and figured out. So, yay. And just so you know, see, I've always had long hair. You can just put that over me there. Those are my curls, no wigs, just curls. Mm. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in here from all over the place. Oh, I forgot I did those. Okay, so Jason Hutchins is out there somewhere. And one year I dressed up as Jason Hutchins for Halloween, which was hilarious. See if I can find a picture of him first. So this is Jason. Oops, that's way too big. This is Jason at his party, his Halloween party. And you can't really see, but his... So that's Jason. And then, let's see if I can find a better one of him in this group. I don't know if there is one. There probably isn't. But this was me. Let's see if I can get it. Yeah, this will work. This will work. This is me as Jason. And his wife gave me the shirt, so it's one of his shirts. Sorry, me as Jason. Because I went as him for Halloween. It was hilarious. He did not expect it. He didn't know about it. But it was some funny stuff. Could I see anything? Well, I did put my glasses on and off several times that night. It was Halloween. You had to be able to see or you were in danger. Kidding. But this was me because he has white streaks in his hair. So I had to, his wife made me, because she does hair and stuff, she's made me clip-ons that I could do the white streaks in his hair. This was me testing it. Or the blonde streaks in his hair. That was me doing the tests at home before I put it all together. It was pretty funny stuff. Let's see what else is in this mess. Oh, this is me, him and his wife. Yeah, him and Celeste. Don't worry, he's there too. Things you do for fun. And you can't see it in the picture, but I also made like his name tag. And the same person that made his name tag holder, like his card for like getting in and out of the building, made me the lanyard exactly like his as well. So I went. The costume turned out really, really well. You know, too funny. Ah, those days. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything else in here of any note. Not in this one. I have to look in other years eventually. This is just in one year, one set of years. Too funny. What is that one? Oh, that's something else. Not one of our things. Okay, done with that. Close it. So yeah, so we'll go through a lot of that stuff later. I just need to go through and literally, it's going to take weeks to go through every single one of those directories and old photos and stuff and figure out what I have and don't have, and then put them in some kind of order, because it gets crazy. So if I showed you, like, here's my sorted, here's what the sorted looks like. Let me see if I can get it here. So this is what this is how it's sorted out. It's by year. And what it does is from 1992 all the way to 2024. And it basically goes through all of my hard drives from everywhere, and pulled images in 3 categories. So we had images, and they had date modified. This is how it had to be done. Let me go to one of these up here. So you have images, and it has date modified, it has date taken. So if it's a picture, what date was it taken? You know, then we have the same thing with videos, which is date modified or date rendered. You know, but each of those has thousands and thousands of images in it. If we just grab one and say properties, let's see, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, 6,000, 7,000, 8,000, 9,000, 10,000, 11, 12, 13, 14. I don't think you can see this on there. No, I don't think that'll come up, will it? Yes, it will. Okay. So just in the directory, the 2008 directory, are 17,836 images. So yeah, there's a lot to go through, you know, and those are just the ones I took. You know, I don't have all the ones that, like, we took at Blizzard itself. So oh yeah. Yeah, what I did was I took all of my PCs, I took all their hard drives out, and then copied their hard drives to a NAS system with their marked hard drives as to what computer they came out of from my home computers, not work computers. I didn't take anything from my work computers, because you don't do that. You know, and then basically just kept breaking it down till got them all in one place, and then went from there. See if there's anything in here. No. Okay. Trying to find if there's anything like in the early days. Don't think there is, because I don't think I think that computer blew up at one point, so I lost everything on it. Yeah, images don't start showing up until here, maybe. Nope. That's 2000. That's 1995, 1996. Ah. Let's see. Is there anything from work? Nope. Nothing from work in there. Windows NT. Haha. Yeah, that's just crap. Okay, date takens. Nope. Okay, let's see. That was 96, 97. See if I'm trying to see if I can find some early pictures that I can show here. Real quick to show how far back it actually goes. Lots of guitar stuff. Too funny. I don't think anything's really going to show up from work until 98 or 99, somewhere around there. The reason I can't show it is because there's some images in there that I should not put up on the internets. That's why I'm scrolling through them without you. And then I will pick out all of them that should be shown and put them in a separate directory, and we'll go through them on this show next month. There will be some videos as well, which will be kind of cool to look at. So old work and old things that we did back in the day. It doesn't look like there's many. No, we didn't have cell phones yet for taking photos, so that does create a problem. Back in the day when everything was saved. Oh, there's my car. Yeah, that's about the right time for it to show up too, because that is the year that I got it. Here, what's this? Oh, what studio were we at for this? This was way back. Oh, this is when they were doing the Foley work. Oh, pictures I took long ago. Okay, the guy in the front here, that's Glenn Stafford. All the music for the games we've been playing so far, Glenn wrote. And the music that you hear now on our show, his son wrote. Yeah. And then Harley Huggins is back there, and I forget her name. I'm so sorry, I forgot her name. You know, but this was, I forget what studio we were at and what we were recording. It was very early on. You know, this was in the 90s. I forget her name. She was really good, though. What is this? Oh, this is... Oh, that's my kids. I found pictures of my kids. I can't have those. I think this one was at... I forget what studio this was at. Let's grab this one. But it's Harley, Matt, Samia, and Glenn. And I'm obviously taking the picture. But I forget what studio that was at, where we were. We were doing stuff for one of the cinematics. I forget which one. But it was 1999, so it could have been damn near anything. Probably getting ready for BlizzCon, because BlizzCon is, not BlizzCon, but E3 is next in the images here. Yeah, I'll have to go through them and order them, and then we can do a remembrance show. Yeah, I remember. Yes, I remember. But I want to do my best to try to keep it to pictures I took, so that there's no problems come up. Yeah, there's nothing in these. Well, that's stuff when I was like rebuilding parts of the house and stuff, so that's something really different. Oh, images from. That's probably when I was doing some extra rendering or something. Cool. Yeah, I built a real cheap NAS. In fact, I still have it because it's the one that runs my Plex system. I built a real cheap NAS, and then I literally got one of those. God, where is it? One of those things that you can plug a hard drive into, and copied everything onto that NAS based on date and stuff. So if I went to, oh, that NAS is turned off. I have it turned off right now because I would need to do some work on it. But I just said, okay, hard drives from 1990s, hard drives from early 2000s, etc., etc. and then built those into a directory system and just copied them in. So there's a lot of repeat stuff in there, but there's also just a lot of that's why they need to be gone through and cleaned. Is now you have all of it on there. What do you do with it? Because I still have all the original hard drives. So if I lost it, okay, I lost it. If the NAS eats itself or whatever, that's all well and good. But I do still have all the original hard drives. Should I need them? You know, I just have to go get them because they're in storage in California. But well, here's some pre-renders of the bells. I don't know if you remember the bells from Warcraft 3. But this is one of the pre-renders of just the vertices of the bells in War 3. Because I use them to set up timing. No, for the connecting the hard drive to. It wasn't an enclosure. It's just you can literally just plug it in at the top. I thought it was right here. Let me see. No. I think I saved it here somewhere. It might be back here. Oh. There's nothing back there. No, it must be in the closet. No, it's just a little device that's about this big. And you can literally just plug your hard drive, the old SATA drives, or any kind of hard drive, into it, and then just copy things out to another computer. Let me see if I can. I think it's an IDE dock. IDE dock. Oh yeah, there it is. Okay. So it's one of these. I'll show you what it looks like here. So, here. Okay, this one. And then this. So it looks like this. It's just an IDE dock where you can, it also has like CD cards and stuff like that, but you can just plug your hard drive into it. And then this is connected to your or other computers or a NAS system, and then you can copy things directly across. And they're like $30. Like this one, even when I just looked it up, I think it's like $37. So this is at Newegg. But yeah. So, and you can just plug it in. You see there's has all the power stuff in there, all that stuff. Do all kinds of different things. But you can literally just plug your hard drive in the top, and this is IDE or SATA. So and I've had mine for frickin' ever, so they last quite a long time. But you can get different kinds of them and stuff, so there's different versions of it. I'm sure there's some new ones, like these little ones work really well too, where you just plug it into the side. So yeah, there's all kinds of different kinds of them. They get much smaller than they were. I just like the plug-in ones that you can plug in the top, like push it in. Oh wow, this one does 3. You can do multiples. Nice touch. Cool. But they're not very expensive, and you can back up all your stuff into a different area to make sure that they're all okay. And then put your hard drives away so that you don't have to worry about it. No, it has a plug as well. You do plug it into the wall, so it has power. So it's all good. You can look them up and find one that meets what you need. You're very welcome. Yeah, there's a lot of those kind of things where it's just like, oh, how do I do this? And then you go figure it out. You know, it's not rocket science, although technically I guess it could be. But I thought that was right here, but it is not. My goal right now is I have to figure out how to get Diablo 2 working on my machine in a window. That's always fun. So hopefully we'll be able to do that. Because we're going to probably finish... Hopefully we'll be able to get finished with Brood War next week. That would be good. But yeah, but I took all my old home computers, because as you build new computers, you take that old computer and put it away. You know, I took all those, took all the hard drives out of them, and then copied them to a NAS system using that thing, just saying, okay, each drive was its own directory on the NAS system. And then now I have that, and that's what I'm digging through now to clean up. You know, so yay. You know, give me a couple of minutes here. We'll be right back. Ah, hair. I went to put my headphones on. Apparently there was a hair between the two cups on my headphones. When I did that, the hair went across my face. For those of you that like D&D, Merry Xmas. Huh? Merry Christmas. What does Jesus have to do with it? Okay, we're done with that. We're done with this. Yep, we're all good. Okay. Come to Tasmania. Sorry, I'm closing some of the windows over here that we had open for working on stuff. All right. Great be with you. Help me, Jeebus. Alrighty, we are. Yeah, sorry I don't have all those files kind of sorted out and ready, but we will get there, without a doubt. Without a doubt, we'll get there. Because there are a lot of funny ones in there. Yeah, there's a lot of really good funny ones that I need to determine whether I want to show them or not. They're that funny. But like I said, I want to make sure that they're pictures I took. So I cannot argue with that. Must be pictures I took and must be relevant to something that we're to our history and things like that, because that's what I like to do. Because it's always good to have pictures to prove that what you're talking about actually happened. And so many people, they don't. They can't prove it. May your eye rolls be blessed. That's an interesting statement. I like that. I like when my eye rolls are blessed. There's also a lot of pictures that I took because we had talked about when you're out and about and doing things, take pictures of textures and things that you like. So there's a lot of those in here too that I'll have to separate out, because apparently there's a good 100,000 of these pictures in here are pictures of textures or like plants that I liked or things like that I want to be able to use in the future for texture maps. But yeah, we'll get there. We will get there, and it will be good. Somewhere in here is Jan and Bob, Frank. Yeah. Yep. May your rolls be blessed. I got a lot of rolls. That's a lot of blessing that needs to happen there. Oh, that's when we moved into 131. Oh, here, I'm trying to remember what birthday that was. This is one of Thor's birthdays. I don't remember which one, but that's him. Happy birthday, Thor. Yeah, this was Universal Studios tour. It's funny, I took this picture because of, oh wait, well, that's from Back to the Future, but I'm looking for, I thought it was another picture because I couldn't see it from where I'm at. Let me see, this is Universal Studios. I'll find the picture I was thinking about. This one, right? Yeah, this one. I took this picture because of the little car here in the front, little off gray, off green car there in the front. Because this was at Universal Studios, and that is Columbo's car. You know. So, and if you've ever wondered what it looks like in a prop room in a movie studio, this is what it looks like. This is a prop room at Universal Studios. And this is like, these are huge. These things are massive. Yeah, there's a DeLorean in the back because it's one of the things. Yeah, so, but these, so we'll talk about this stuff too. We'll go through all this stuff. What is this one? Okay. So they have a lot of things marked as to what props came from. So these were all from the shadow. But this is all of us kind of walking through. Oops. This is us walking through Universal Studios, the cinematics team walking through Universal Studios, because Vivendi bought Universal Studios, so technically we all work for the same company. Here's us doing the shark thing on the tram. Ooh, scary shark. Mm-hmm. Too funny. Yeah, so in between all those pictures are pictures that are like, yeah, I can't show that. That would be bad. I would get thrown off of the air. And people will say, hey, what the hell? You promised never to show that. Yep, well, I did, kind of. There's a lot of things that I promised I wouldn't show that I haven't shown, so I'm not going to show them. Because that's what you do. You keep your promises. That you can remember. I suddenly got Alzheimer's and showed everything. Welcome to Alzheimer's, where you can say, I don't know, huh? What? I don't know what you're talking about. Mm-hmm. Oh, here we go. Who's that? Oh, that's me. Here we go. Very long ago. Long ago. Too funny. Trying to remember. Oh, that's my editing room. Yeah, because the couch is in front. So I would edit here, and then we were just putting the office together then. We just moved into, it looks like this is 131. So it's a mess because it's not put together. I was still unpacking. Yep. So we were all still unpacking then, way back in the days. Okay, let's see. Anything else? Oh, one of the old Christmas parties. I think this one was at, the Bull Hall, I believe. Huh. A long time ago. I don't remember where it all was funny. Oh, there's one of me. It's me, way back. This is me and Paul Barton, who we actually talked to a while back. But there's Paul Barton. And here's me. Yeah, always with the camera in my hand. Always with the camera in my hand. Yeah, CRT monitors that if you dropped them on yourself, you would die. Because they would crush you. Here's another one of me. Guess which one's me? Yeah. The big burger boy. Bob's big boy. That's Sammy. Good old Sammy's. This was one of all of us back in that time. You know, with Paul Barton's there in the middle. You know, this was when we were doing rock and roll racing in Lost Vikings. Back in the days. This is probably 90, based on the wall and the fact that Sammy's there. This was probably 1992. Samwise always looks funny. It's just the way he is. It's funny looks. There's one of me. Like I said, we were all goofballs back then. And then you guys have seen this one. That's me. This is at, this is over on MacArthur. This was before, let's see, if I remember correctly, it was Bristol, MacArthur, Red Hill, 131, and then 50. No, 50, then 131, then campus. But you see the cars in the background? Those cars, they bought me a whole bunch of cars when I first started. And those are the cars that I was modeling rock and roll racing cars on. But this is me way back in, this is 93, 94. That's the way I used to dress to show up to the office. And those are a 386 and a 486. With the computers with huge CRTs. Yes, I had a very distinct sense of style. Here's a little Glenn Stafford. Look, Glenn Stafford in his little closet. This was on MacArthur. Glenn Stafford in a closet. One of the hugely talented musician. Yeah, I had both. It seemed I had everything. They used to give me a lot of things to do my jobs because I was converting some of our programs to Mac. Yeah, that's me too. Me back end. This one is. This looks like Red Hill. No, it's not Red Hill. This is. Yeah, this is Red Hill. Yep. And then the little Lego dragon there on the left, where that the boys made for me, Loki and Thor. Had a couple things that they made for me when they were littles. Yeah, I had a horrible sense of style back then. Because I had no style. But, oh well. Here's me again. This was on Red Hill. I know that for a fact. This is me when I was skinny. This is about the time that Metzen came in. Because this was the office we were in when Metzen kept calling and bugging me, and finally just told him, come in or don't. I don't care. Let's see what else is here. Desk building. Jeez. I was a weird looking person. Too funny. Way back in those days. Let's see, am I in that picture? I don't think I am. There's very few pictures of the original Blizzard hockey team that I was on. I might be in that picture. I can't see from here. No, I was probably taking the picture. That was our original Blizzard hockey team. That's where Bob gave me a concussion. Yep. It was not funny. Bob. He thought it was funny. And from his perspective, I can see that it was funny, but the concussion didn't think it was funny. And the surgery I had to have all my wisdom teeth removed because of the concussion wasn't funny either. But thanks, Bob. Thanks, Bob. It wasn't Bob's fault. It was our coach's fault for giving us a drill that we shouldn't have been doing. And we went head to head. And since Bob drinks a gallon of milk a day, his bone density was quite a bit different from mine. And we pretty much hit head to head at full speed on skates. And I got a concussion and impacted my wisdom teeth, where my wisdom teeth had to be pulled out. And if you ever had your wisdom teeth out, more power to you. But I had mine out in my 40s, and they'd already grown into everything that they could grow into. So, and I can hear Papa Titus cracking open a beer. Say, just hang on. Yep. Nope. Let him do it. Yep. I agree 100%. And I was in my 40s, so I have no excuse. So funny. Oh, the good old days. Oh, that's Blizzard North stuff. I didn't think I had any Blizzard North stuff. I guess I did. Oh well. And there's this hippie who's just always drawing, no matter what. Always drawing. 24 hours a day. Draw. I guess that's why he's the best. I don't know. Always been a pain in the ass to me. Too funny. This one's the original StarCraft team. This was the day StarCraft, the first StarCraft shipped. Yep. Mm-hmm. Too funny. Oh yeah. Here's the when we started growing out the cinematics team. This was the first iteration of the new cinematics team. I'm the one in the black shirt there on the left, in the middle. Yep. That was our cinematics team at the time. This was around Warcraft 3. Is where this team was. Too funny. It's funny when you dig through all your old photos and stuff. I guess, yeah, I'm really lucky we didn't have cell phones back then, because instead of 10,000 images per year, I'd probably have 40. You know, which probably isn't the best thing to have to dig through. Your shirt is so black, it's almost look through. Yeah. No, that was the color it was. I remember back in the day when we had to do work by hand. We couldn't just tell AI to go do it. We had to stand there and like put every pixel in place one at a time. We didn't have time for anything else. Oh, here's some old storyboards. Oh, this is the one where Malieve comes in, or, oh god, him. The crow's doing his flying thing. I did an animated version of it. I wonder if I still have it. Do I have, again, look in videos here on this. Is it on here? Is the, I'm looking to see if the animatic is on here that I put together as an example. Because this is what we used to do to try to figure out how many frames we actually had to render for different things. Let's see what this one is. Is this it? Oh, I do have a copy of it. Is it? Does it have it? Oh, it's not animated though. These are the still versions. Let me see if I can show this real quick, because it's just a timing animatic board for, let's go with, I need a media, plus media. And we need to go pull that there. We need to go to this directory. Okay, let's go there. I didn't know I had these. And it was called, what was it called? It was called Act 2. Act 2 W3. So world, yeah, so this would be War 3. Oh, let's make it a little bit bigger. But this was the animatic, the original animatic for the War 3 Act 2. Where the crow is like flying across, and then and what I did was, and I'll have to find it, I don't know if it's even in here, is I animated it. I animated the crow and all that stuff so that we could use it for timing. But as an editor, these things you do is you take the storyboards, and I took this storyboard, this is just the images, and started cutting all the pieces out of it, and then animating them for timing purposes. And I'll see if I can find one of the animatics, or the animated ones for you guys, but I didn't even know that I had these, so interesting. Let's see, what's this one? Oops. Oh, these were cool because I did these for the, here, you might like this. So I did these for the War 3 DVD box set. Where's it at? All, this one. We can play this one. Ah, it's too big. It goes from too big to too small to too big to too small. I did these to where they were side by side, and you could switch between the storyboards and see how the layers were put together. And if you have the behind the scenes Warcraft 3 DVD, you have a copy of these things. But it's like, okay, how did we put all these things together? How did we get the look for them? So I got all the animators to give me different versions of it through, so that I can show them, us layering them. This was pretty fun in the day. it was fun putting them together. So I thought it would be kind of cool to see it side by side with all the different things. There was that, and what is this one here? Change that now to this one. So this is the one with the bells. This was one of the wireframes that we looked at earlier. It was basically just going from one section to another. So I thought it was fun. I put a whole bunch of them together for the DVD box set because I just thought they were fun. But unfortunately, I can't find some of the other things. There's Arthur's cloak stuff. Nope, that's one we already showed. I think it is. No. There's a lot of them. Here's the guys up on the wall. You might like that one. Guys up on the wall. This is when they're throwing the rose petals down. Too funny. What is this one? Oh, this is one of the original crowns. The crown being thrown on the ground. Sorry it's so dark and so small, but that's what they are because they were tests. There's another one of the guys up on the wall. God, I guess I kept a lot of crap. Oh, this one I kind of missed. Yeah, this was the ghost intro. Oh well. Was the original crow plucking out the guy's eyeball in no, this one is actually from Warcraft. This is the one where she's plucking out the eyeball. This was another one. And some morphine tests. Yeah. Pretty fun stuff. Simple stuff, you know. Oh, here's one of the pan up the sword. Yeah, all these things were used in the making of DVD. It's funny because I could have swore I had. But no, we can't use those. That's too bad because I have, yeah, those I'm not allowed to use. Oh, I forgot about that. This is actually kind of funny. So we invented, me and Seth and I forget who else was involved. Roman, I think. We invented a dart game where everybody starts out with one country, and then you have to play darts for a country. And this was every day we would play. Everybody get their we would play darts, and based on who won, you would win countries, or you could put countries up. And so I came up with this thing to show the progression of our little war. And you can guess which one I was. You know, but it was fun because you would learn where all the countries are, but at the same time, you would be able to play darts for that country. Yeah, everybody just sits in a room and comes up with it. In all honesty, you start with any little idea and work your way through it. So eventually, I take over the whole world. So let me move up here. So I cornered them pretty good and took over. But it was a fun dark game. Let's see if I can find. Oh, here's some lip syncing tests.
Begone! I will not institute quarantine without proof of your claims, Ambassador. The people of Lordaeron have suffered enough without becoming prisoners in their own lands.
The original Warcraft 1 treasure room. What is this one? Okay, that doesn't play, so I don't. It's a corrupt file. This one. Oh, that's one of the original World of Warcraft trailers.
Beyond the gates of mighty kingdoms lies a vast, unexplored world. A world of honor. A world of mystery. Danger.
Audio. Hang on a minute. Stop that. I think I do have one with audio because it says audio. I don't know if it's test audio or what. Let's see if it'll play along this. No, it doesn't look like the audio's working. No, there it is.
Beyond the gates of mighty kingdoms lies a vast, unexplored world. A world of honor. A world of mystery. Danger. The world of Warcraft.
Yeah, that was the very first Warcraft show. Who's this one? This might be a tiny version of that one. Oh no, this was another one that was pretty good. It had a whole bunch of stuff in it. I think there's audio on it.
A generation has passed since the orcs first appeared.
That's weird. I can't hear. I'm assuming you guys can. Look, Allison, do it.
And the tides of darkness swept over the world. Blizzard Entertainment proudly invites you to return and experience the adventure once again. This winter, the fate of the world is in your hands.
Succeeding you, father.
Back when you couldn't show people killing their peoples. Can't show them killing daddy. Ah, too funny. So much fun. It's too bad I don't have an animated version of the storyboard one. I thought I would have kept it, but I guess I didn't. So I was showing some people at one point what they should do. Like if you're going to make something, you need to like for a cinematic or something like that, always storyboard it out first, and then once you have your storyboard, cut it up and make it into a
Troy Tech
animated
says,
storyboard.
Merry after Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. I think it was in 2000 images. It was at the bottom of whichever it was. 1000 modify dates. Just trying to find the. Because I think I put it, if I remember correctly, I did put the animated version on the War 3 DVD of the animatic, but I just don't know where it is right now. Just don't know. Oh well. We're running out of time anyway. It is about that time to say, okay, who's online and who are we rating today? After the ads. But yeah, so I have those directories now, the first pass sorted on them, which is they're only just really sorted by date. Whether they were. So what I said was, okay, I want everything from, say, 2000 in the images. Then I want everything that was created in 2000 in a directory. I want everything that was modified in a directory. And then if it's an image, like a photo, I want everything that was taken in 2000. Then break those into separate directories. And so I did that and ran that on all of my hard drives on my NAS system. Yeah, I wrote it in Python, and then to sort them all so that I'd have them all in one place, thinking, oh, that'll make it a whole lot easier to sort. Okay, I was wrong. It just gives you thousands and thousands of things to sort. And the worst part about it is because we went with images, because I had it pull all images. If you remember the Windows 3 through whatever, everything you ever looked at on the internet was saved as an image on your computer. So every little button that came up, everything was saved on your computer. So it's a mess. Now it looks like there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Oh no. 16 people online who are But yeah, we'll have a little bit more formal talk through a lot of it. Because what I'll do is I'll now start going and for each year, going in and separating it out from stuff from Windows, stuff that it was taken, as far as like pictures taken, and then work. And then I'll make sorted directories with that and get rid of all the duplicates. So that would be good. We're just going to wait for the zombies to pass, and then we'll go ahead and do our raid and party thing. Alrighty then. Waiting for the zombies to pass. Yeah, it was kind of slapdash today, but my goal is to get all that stuff sorted when I have time. And then do that as part of our last Friday of each month talk through stuff. It's just talk through a bunch of stuff that was going on then. Okay. This should be done momentarily. 6 seconds.
Brains.
Okay, so let us see where we are at. Let's go over to our raids. Here's our raid board. Let's put up our actual board. Okay, so Annie comes out of lockdown. She has done her 14 days in lockdown, and she gets cleared. Okay. See if there's anybody else. No. Okay. Let's start marking everybody who is online today, because there's not a whole lot of them. We have Vidal. We have Pirate Software, of course. That kid's always online. I talked to him yesterday. We did. I talked to him and his brother yesterday. Oh, he is in lockdown. Pizza Princess. Okay. Sanctuary. I did get a chance to talk to both boys yesterday. It was actually quite nice. Yep. Barrett Software. Ezekiel. Atlanta. Oh, she's in lockdown. Furball Farm. Kronos is in lockdown. Q Bunnies. August Buns. Boom. Standard damage is in lockdown. Oh, I missed SFOD. Manos in lockdown. Rams Reef. Chipmunks. Okay, so we got 13. So we do 5, 4, and 5, 4, and 4. Okay. Let's do our build-ups. Boo-ba-doo-ba-doo-boo-boo. Stream manager. Make a poll. New poll. Round 1. Round 1 will be Sanctuary. August Buns. Bob Ross. Boom. And Chipmunks. That is round 1 coming at you. Now let's make that smaller. Okay. Okay. Okay, Bob Ross has 2. Zero zero 200. We got more votes. We got they won there. And we got they won here. So it's 10210. One zero two two zero. Okay, so that one stays. Now we go to our next 4. Round 2. And we need SFOD. Ezekiel. Okay, Ferret Software. And Furball Farm. Okay. There you go, start those ones up. One zero 1 0. Oh wow, we got a 2 up there now. 2 0 2 1. Doop 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 doo. Two zero two. Wow, this one feels like it's just going on forever. I know it's the exact same time every time, but for some reason this one just feels real slow. Okay, 3, 2, 1, 0. Yep. Get the last 4 down here. Round 3. And in round 3 we have Pizza Princess. We have Q Bunnies. We have Ram's Reef. And we have Vidal. There you go, starting the poll. Q Bunnies gets 1. Okay. We have another 1. 1100. We have a 2. One, 2, 0, 0. 2, 2, 0, 0. Three, 3, 2, 0, 0. Okay, let's kill that. And then we do our final rating vote. And let's go to the top up here. What's our first 3 is Ferret Software. Our other 3 is Pizza Princess. We'll come up here and go to our 2s. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, Q Bunny is a non-human one. Bob Ross is a non-human one, so we go to Boom. Go to SFOD. And then we have to look at our 1s, so that one doesn't count, that one doesn't count. Well, one of them has to. Okay, so 12, or sorry, Furball Farm has 12, and Sanctuary has 19, so, okay. All right, so there we go. Final vote. Grab all these. Move them over here to Friday. this one here. Okay. And just delete all this. Okay, that should all go back to 0. It did. Now we wait for what your guys' final vote will be. And then we will go and raid that person. And they will be raided. And they will feel the raid. Right now, Boom is in the lead with 4. Parrot Software has 1, and everybody else has 0. One 0 4 0 0. Okay, well, Boom wins it. Let's go here and put today's date on Boom. 12/26. Okay. Pop up, open up his site. Her site, rather. I believe Boom is a girl. I don't remember. Okay, let's come over here. We have a technical difficulties. Please stand by. Give it a second. Let's go over here. Let me set everything up so that when they do come back, we can raid away. Okay, looks like they're back. Okay, let's build. We're going to go ahead and build the raid. I can't tell if they're there or not because they're not talking, but I'll see you tomorrow or on Monday, Oni. Okay, let's just build the raid. Everybody have a great weekend. Thanks for hanging out with me today. I'm going to send you over there in a second as soon as it finishes building. We're at 24 people right now. I'm going to send you over there. Not sure what's going on, but you guys did vote this one in, so here you go. Have fun. I will talk to you guys on Monday. I don't know. Okay, let's get this all taken care of.